All right, what's up, everyone? Welcome. Oh, it looks like I'm lagging quite a lot. Let me know if the quality of the sound and the video is all right, because it seems like it's lagging quite a lot. I was asking in the comment section if the sound quality and the audio quality is good, because it's looks like it's lagging quite a lot. Okay, so maybe it's just sound is good, video quality is good, you're lagging. Okay, so let me just go in here. I'm gonna look at the task manager on my PC here, see what's going on. Yeah, something is using quite a lot of memory. All right, but I guess this will have to do for a little while. Okay, so we got some exciting. Let me know if I can remove myself if that works. Just give me a second. Nope, that doesn't work. So it's just the video that's jumping around. It's not my sound, is it? Extremely frustrating seeing myself just jumping around on the screen there. I mean, obviously, I want to be able to give you guys good quality stuff. Can't be. I don't know what's going on here. Let's see if. Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can get someone on here to fill in for me a couple of minutes. All right, got Mike.
Hey,
what's
John.
up, Mike? How's it going? Well, look at me. I don't know what's going on.
What are you doing, man? You're like,
yeah, dude. I don't know. I'm just gonna have to restart my PC. There's obviously something. I usually don't restart it. You know, I have it on for like 24/7. I think it's been a week now, so should probably do something about that.
It needs a restart. No worries, man. No worries.
All right, I'll be back in a couple of minutes, guys.
Cheers, Johnson. How are we all doing, guys? What's been happening? It's a little bit. Oh, hang on. Ooh, there we go. That's a bit better. Let's get some music going, shall we? We need something happening. Let's see. There we go. What's happening, guys? Didn't realise we could jump in. Just me asking, could somebody jump in and help him? So I've just jumped in. Check gold, please. No worries. Thank you, Meadow. I'm just checking up. You can't hear me. Hang on. Is that better? Venetius. That should hopefully make it a bit better. Let me know if you can't hear me, and I shall crank up the volume. Or is it the music? Now we can hear. Okay, cool. Alrighty. So we got some requests for gold. Don't know what, has Jonathan gone through anything with you guys, or was he literally just getting started when the technical demons started to take over? Let me know. I was actually looking at CAD JPY this morning, because JPY was really strong. It's actually CAD's now gained some strength, but we basically had CAD down here and JPY here. The move, I think, has pretty much closed off. But basically, we had on the 1 minute, so we had this push down, it was coming from this area here, and it's now pushing down again from this area. So looks like a decent area to look for possibly some sells. Looking at it on the 1 hour, as you can see here, we've come down on the fib, got this big move down, and here comes the boss man. So Alex will be joining us in a second, but you can see this big bearish move down, comes up to the 50, retests it, and is now pushing down again. So there might still be an opportunity on CAD JPY to have a look. Do you provide us with real funds to manage, or how does it work? Say I'll come back to you in a second, all right? But let me just carry on with the run through. Somebody was asking about gold. So gold still hovering around this 161.20 level. So gold is still looking potentially good for buys at the moment. It's broken past this level. Take this to the 15-minute, and we can see there it's struggling to really push on up though. So gold is kind of an area where, you know, it's made this area here, and this zone in particular is still holding. So I'm not sure if gold will carry on higher. Theoretically it will, because there's uncertainty around, particularly over the weekend with the talk around the Ukraine war, and also I think the Israelis have decided not to release some Palestinian prisoners over the weekend. So there's a bit of uncertainty coming into the markets again. So that'll obviously be bullish for gold. Although I did see a news article saying that the Russians have supposedly sold 100 tons of their gold reserves, which, if true, would obviously bring a lot of supply to the market. So we'll have to wait and see how that one plays out. But on the 1 hour, we've still got this move, but as you can see here, if I delete these zones here, those 1, 2, 3, and if I draw this one here on the 1 hour, see that big engulfing candle? We're still in that area. So I'd be looking for this high, because that would be liquidity at the top of there. Be looking for that high to be taken and maybe push down. But there's only a small gap in there for price to play around in. So I'll have to wait and see. But it could still come back and retest this area. So it's not a big gap to play with, but sometimes gold doesn't need a big gap to play with. Sometimes it can be just enough to create a reaction. So that would be gold. Just very quickly, just so you guys know, in terms of the news today, we have not got much happening. We've only got the CPI for the euro in 15 minutes. So keep an eye out for that, because that is coming soon. So watch out for that one on Euro USD and any other euro pairs. It is going to move things around. So watch out for that. Here he is. Bossman's back.
Oh, looking better.
Is this?
Yeah, I had to try it out. I had to try out the. I was still lagging. All right, thank you, Mike. That was really helpful of you coming in. Dirk is sick.
Oh no!
So otherwise he would be.
How are you feeling? You're sounding a bit bunged up as well. I'm bunged up. I've been bunged up all weekend.
Well, I'm doing much better than I did over the weekend, so I'm happy for that. Definitely much better than Dirk. Apparently he ate some sheep sushi last night.
Ooh dear! Oh no! Sushi on a Sunday is never a good idea. You can always,
especially not if you, because he told me like, I knew that sushi was too cheap to be true, you know. Good to be true.
Yeah, cheap sushi on a Sunday. That's just a bad combination. Yep. We were just going through the news lined up for today. We've already had some business climate for the German market. Obviously, the German market will no doubt be reacting to the election results from yesterday as well. And then we've got some CPI coming out for the euro in 14 minutes. So, but other than that, rest of the day, there's nothing happening. It's all pretty clear for the rest of the day. And tomorrow as well is pretty pretty quiet for news. So a couple of, I would say, technical days for trading, which would be nice. Strengths wise, I was just saying to the guys earlier that I was looking at CAD JPY for trades today when I was looking at it with Alex this morning, looking for potential sells. So you can see here we've got a nice move here on the 1 hour. We had a big sell-off from the Canadian dollar, pull down, it's retested the 50, and now it's pushing back down again. So looking potentially good for some sell opportunities there. And that was purely just because the JPY was really strong up here, and the CAD, although it's showing strength now, was all the way down here. So that's why I was looking at that. But you can now see the dollar and the euro diverging. So could be an opportunity for euro dollar coming in. Yeah, nice big sell-off on the 5 minute with some dollar strength coming in. So again, possibly some opportunities coming in on euro USD by the looks of things. So yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, I think so you're looking at basically you're talking about you have dollar strength coming in. Yeah, I do see that rejection on euro USD is quite that's a powerful move right there. Definitely clear that you have strong resistance there on euro USD. I mean, if you look at 4 hour, that's one massive 4 hour candle. We do have is we got the IFO business climate. I don't even know what that is, but apparently it did something, maybe, because I don't really see this move on the dollar, do we? Well, actually we do. Dollar had a big bounce at the lows here. But then, looking at the higher time frames, I like looking at the daily, and on the daily, what we have for the dollar is just, is hitting that support, showing a reaction at that support. But I think unless let me see, maybe I can share my screen on this.
What I'm seeing at the moment is the daily for today opened without a wick. So we've shot straight up on the euro with massive strength, and it's come all the way up and it's come back down again. So the same with the 4 hour, the current 4 hour candle opened without a wick. So again, that shows me an impulsive move down. So the 4 hour candle on this one at the moment is closing in 10 minutes. So usually in the last 5-10 minutes of a 4 hour candle, you'll see quite a big move. Either it will continue really, really strong, or you'll get a massive wick. At the moment, it looks like it's showing a lot of bearish momentum. And if we then take a look further down, we've got levels here for price to take out. We've got levels here to take out. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, 26, 28. No, not that one. But we certainly have some areas here. And this would be probably where I'd be looking for buys. If buyers are going to come in, I'd be looking for that zone there to get retested, which sits quite nicely on the 200 EMA. The lazy traders indicators. So that for me looks like a nice area to see potentially a reaction from. Because I was looking this morning with Alex on the dollar index, and the dollar index, I mean, we've still got this area to come down to. If we look at it on the daily, at the moment it looks very, very bullish, but it's crossing over on the EMAs and it hasn't come down to the 200. So it still feels like the next few days we're probably going to get some more bearish momentum on the dollar. So this could just be the opening of the markets for the week. It's the last week of the month. See how everyone wants to position themselves.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the dollar, I think I'm not seeing it as bullish as I know many other are doing. But I'll cover that. Mike, I know that you probably have a lot of courses to record for ABL. So if you don't have the time to hang around, you're free to of course do whatever you do in that office. Your magic.
No worries, man.
No.
No worries. Good to see you guys. I'll see you later. I'm joining you in about an hour and a half anyway, so I'll see you then.
Yeah, exactly. So we'll see you soon.
Right.
All right.
Cheers, man.
Perfect.
Bye.
Thanks for helping out. All right, let me see if I can share my screen here. I'm going to cover the positions that I'm currently in. Let me adjust my camera a little bit too, because I look weird. Okay, that's better. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to cover the markets. I'm going to cover the markets. I'm going to cover my open swing positions. Like I said, Dirk is not going to be here today. He had bad sushi. You all know what that means. We don't want him here. We want him here, but not today. So we're going to cover the swing positions that I have open. We're going to look at going to look at the dollar, and then later in the live stream we have we also have Alex coming in, joining us in not too long. And then after Alex, we got Mike coming on once again, and then of course we have Deanna coming in later in the live stream as well. So we're gonna have a lot of people coming in today, and also this week we have lots of very cool things for you coming up. We have tomorrow we've invited a 7-figure trader. He's funded with multiple firms, and in total funded with a 7-figure account. He's going to show us how he trades. He's a swing trader, so that's going to be coming up tomorrow. We also have Pedro coming up tomorrow, and on Wednesday we have a viewer that's invited to trade against me. So we're going to have a one-on-one trading battle with a viewer, and if he wins against me, we're going to do a 1-hour trading challenge. You guys are going to decide what pair we're going to be trading. If he wins, he will win a 20K high stakes evaluation account. And then after that, we have the CEO of the 5ers coming in, doing some live scalping for us. So this whole week we are packed with content for you guys. We're gonna have a really good show. Now let's cover these swing trading setups one by one. I am currently long. Again, I'm long on Euro GBP, and not looking good, but again, it is what it is. I'm gonna keep it open. The swaps are definitely starting to eat up my some of the profits, definitely, but as long as we get that jump to the upside and I'm able to add to this trade, if it's a winner, then the swaps won't be any issue at all. Now I would want this to happen soon, because otherwise, if we just keep on ranging here, I will have to close this trade and then enter on because the move, let me explain this in a little bit more detail, right? The move that I traded was a move up and then a move down to support. Now that support has failed, but we're still within the overall high time frame support area. Now, if price starts to range here, then that is not part of my trading idea. My trading idea is basically a break, retest, up. Okay, but then if price starts to trend here, that means we're in an accumulation range, and it's better for me to exit this trade to be able to not have to pay all the swaps and then enter on confirmation. We got that accumulation range, break, retest, and then I enter here again. Now the swaps are not super expensive, but I've stayed in this trade almost a whole month. So it obviously not making money in the trade, he's paying swaps. It's not the ideal situation. So that's the plan for Euro GBP. It seems like I'm lagging again. What is wrong with my computer today? Anyway, so we got AUD CAD. AUD CAD is obviously looking quite good. We got a move out of this downwards trending channel, or this downwards trending market. We're going to break out of the high time frame support area right here, also in conflict with the long reload zone, and we get that push to the upside. I've added 3 positions to this one right here. The first one is at around 74 pips in profit. I'm looking for a 200 pip move on this one. It's probably going to take a couple of weeks, maybe I'm thinking 2 weeks or so to hit that TP. And by the way, guys, if you want me to take a look at any pairs and chart requests, let me know in the comments. I will pull up your comment, I will look at the chart, and I will help you out. The best thing is if you, for example, if you ask me to look at gold and you have a specific trade in mind, give me the entry, give me the stop loss, give me the TP. I'll put it on chart and I will break down your setups for you and give you my thoughts on what I'm looking at. No, Henry, I think the FPS, the camera is no problem. I got a DSLR, good, decent camera. Shouldn't be a problem. And the FPS is set as, I believe it's set at 60, so it shouldn't be a problem. Okay, that's AUD CAD, right? So my plan on AUD CAD, now you can clearly see how we're at this resistance area right now, right here, which is, it's resistance. I'm not taking profits though. Like the way I'm trading here is I'm entering. So we're gonna look at, we're gonna talk about long examples here, right? So if you have a move that is indicating that you have a possible new bearish trend starting, I want to get in on that trend as early as possible and then ride that trend for as long as possible while managing my risk accordingly. That's the basic principles of technical analysis. That's how we make money in the markets as technical analysis, as technical analysts. And for me to exit here basically means that I'm exiting before clear signs of a shift in market structure. Now, we do, of course, have double tops right here, but what I'm looking for mostly when it comes to staying in a bullish trend is higher lows. I am, of course, also interested in the higher highs and the way that the higher highs are looking in relationship to the overall market structure. But the thing I'm using most in my trade management is the higher lows. If the market fails to print higher lows and instead breaks down, that's my cue to exit the trade. Now, using this technique, I am giving away, I'm giving back lots of unrealized profit and loss to the market. But once in a while, you have a big winner. Once in a while, you have that winner that runs for, in this case, 200 pips, and you're able to add to this with that move. Because just the same way as, I can explain this with a couple of drawings, right? We have this right here is a swing low. We don't have another swing low. However, if price comes down here, starts trading like that, we have a new swing low on the daily. My stop loss is based on the last swing low on the daily. That's the swing low on the daily. That's why I have my stop loss below here. If price comes down, marks another higher low, a higher swing low in the daily, and then starts pushing to the upside and breaks this high, that's when I'm going to move my stops up from here to here, and then on the breakout, I will add a new position and I will take what I've removed from my risk of the trade here, and I will add it here, so that a trade that from the beginning, this trade, I believe I had my stops, let me not do that. I believe I had my stops all the way down here. So this in the beginning was a 2R trade. Now with me adding to this trade, it becomes somewhere between 4 and 5, I believe. If I keep on adding, my plan is to make maybe 6 or 7R on this trade. The problem, well, I wouldn't say it's a problem, but this way of managing the trade and doing risk management means that if this trade doesn't work out, if I instead break the whole structure before hitting that TP, I will be making much, much less profits, but I won't be losing any in a big amount. But if it hits TP, I will be making enough money to be profitable for that whole month. So I only need one of these trades to hit TP, and currently I'm in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 trades. I only need one of them to hit TP in a month to be profitable for that whole month with this risk management style. So that's AUD CAD. Let me remove. And of course, all of these trades are being copied over to my funded account on the 5ers. I have a Oanda live account set up, and I'm taking all the trades in TradingView, and then the trades gets copied over to CopyTrader, and then it gets copied over to the accounts I have connected with the CopyTrader. And yes, that is allowed with the 5ers. Okay, Venetius says Euro USD. We're going to take a look at that. So yeah, let's continue with USD CAD quickly, just to fill you guys in on that one. So first, the first position is currently at about 80 pips in profit. The second one is minus 45 pip in profit. I'm looking for a 460 pip move here on USD CAD. Let me explain. Excuse me, man, this cold is killing me. Okay, so let me explain a little bit what I'm doing here. So we have a key level, a level that's been tested in 2016, 2020, and now 2024, 2025. And whenever price gets above this level, USD CAD tends to not trade for long above that level. I'm looking at this as a mix between mean reversion and a trend following a strategy. And I think that mix of you want to have that approach in trading, because there is this concept in trading that I believe I will cover in more detail in a later live stream as a webinar. The idea that even with complete random price action, you can have a computer that uses sort of a random walk mechanism where the next price is completely independent of the previous one and it's just completely random. Even in those scenarios, we tend to see that prices, they tend to trend even in completely random price action. And even more important, with completely random price action, you will have some areas, some extremes to the upside and some extremes to the downside. So if you look at a completely random price action, and you can look at when price hits that low extreme, you can expect price to return to an average price. And that's what I'm looking at right here. We have this level, hitting this level. Where is the average? Where's the average price of this whole range? We can go into indicators. We can type in volume, and then we have fixed range volume profile. We're going to use that one. And then, no, not that one. Let's remove the fixed range. We're going to have a, where did I add that one? How do I remove that one? Right, okay, so go into indicators again, check for volume. And then we have, is it a fixed range? I believe it's fixed range. Fixed range. And then I have to actually add it, right? Yeah. Okay, so this is the fixed range, right? Then I'm gonna extend it here. And then if you look at the volume profile here, according to, now of course this volume profile is based on the volume that we're getting from Oanda. Now if we're trading the Forex market, it's decentralized, so it's not really the real traded volume, it's tick volume, which is different. But on a lot of time, especially on the high time frames, it kind of makes sense. So looking at the volume range, we can see that the mean price according to volume is down here. Now if you look at the price range, use the fib tool from that high this low, and then we're going to be selecting the range tool, meaning that we add the range EQ. And then what we can do is just we can create a zone here between the price action mean price and the volume traded mean price. And now we can remove the range, remove the fib, remove the volume profile, and this right here is where we have the average price of this overall high time frame market right there. Now, I'm not looking for price to trade all the way down here, even though I think there is a probability that price eventually will start trading down here, because this is the price where USD CAD for the last 10 years have normally traded at. This is the most traded price for USD CAD over the course of the last 10 years. Now that's the mean reversion idea. I am biased to the short side because of this, because we're at the extreme and eventually price will start moving back down to its mean. Now let's apply the range, the trend following idea to this, okay? Going up to the daily, what we want to look for on the daily is what Dow Jones, Charles Dow talked about 100 years ago, or maybe is it 150? Well, over 100 years ago, Charles Dow talked about the Dow theory. Well, actually, he didn't talk about the Dow theory. Dow theory was created after he died, but still he talked about accumulation and distribution as the primary forces of market structure and market movements in the markets. What we see up here is a distribution range. We see a distribution range at that high time frame resistance at that extreme price. So whenever that accumulation, that distribution range breaks to the downside, we could assume that there's definitely a probability that price will now start its move back down to the next level below that is close to that mean average price. And that's exactly what I did here on USD CAD. I entered a position on the first break to the downside. I entered another position when we had a strong confirmation of a break. Now, the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go into the 4 hour. I'm going to look at the local trend right here, because you can see here that we have a beautiful local trend here on the 4 hour. That's the trends that I want to be trading. Okay, that's the trends I want to be seeing. So on the 4 hour, we might want to see something like this, right? Price maybe comes up here, hits that breakdown area, and then starts moving like this. And I'm going to be exiting at the next high time frame level below. So this is that's right. Henry knows how to Google. I love it. You're absolutely right. The Dow Jones theory was created by his two of his co-workers working at what became the Wall Street Journal. So that's the idea on USD CAD. Now you see what I'm doing here is I'm applying the basic foundational ideas behind technical analysis and applying my own ideas and my own applying my ideas in a way that fits with not only my personality but also my life situation. You know, when I say personal, like personality, one of my strengths is, you know, being able to stay in a position for very long. Look at NCD USD here, for example. The first position on this one was entered on the 6th of February, almost 20 days ago. And I'm ready to keep this trade open for weeks or even months to come because I'm looking for that primary trend. I'm looking to ride the primary trends, and the primary trends, they are active for they're the trends that are visible on the weekly time frame, and they are the trends that are usually active for months to years. And then you have the secondary trends that are active for weeks to month, and then that could also be the intermediate trends, and then you have the daily, daily trends, which is basically active for days to weeks, and then you have the intraday fluctuations, which is basically noise. I believe that's mostly noise, and I believe it's very, very difficult to be long-term profitable trading the noise. And that is basically what scalpers are doing. There's very few effective scalpers. That's because it requires a, mental strength of scalping the markets on the lower time frames and being long-term profitable doing that. That's the equivalent of, getting an Olympic gold medal in trading. It is not just difficult, it's extremely difficult. So if you're starting out and you're thinking, okay, I'm going to become a full-time, long-term, consistently profitable scalper, and that's the first thing you're going to try to do in the markets, you better think again. You might want to understand the overall underlying behavior that makes the markets move. It's very important to understand the primary trends and how they influence the intraday price action, because it's all connected. It's all connected. The monthly, the weekly matters even on the 1 minute because of the fractal nature of price action and the interconnectedness of all the different time frames and how they're working together to form a overall structure in the market. No, I have not analyzed gold. Do you guys want me to analyze gold? Let me know in the comments. If you want me to look at gold, I will look at gold. If you want me to live trade gold, I might do that. Actually, let's make a poll. Let's make a poll right now. I will go to YouTube. You will go to YouTube. You will go to the chat in the YouTube. And also, you will like the video. Yes, you will. You will hit that like. You will be happy. I will be happy. We're all going to be happy together. We're going to be live trading together. Let me set up that poll. Okay, let me see. What are we going to be trading? What are we going to be trading? Love from India. Well, I you got my love back from Sweden, from all the other side of the world. Fabian says, "Don't trade gold." That's a challenge. I'm gonna trade gold. That I'm not even gonna do a poll. This is now a purely live trading gold live stream. Thank you. Okay, everyone says gold. Everyone's just saying gold. I'm not even gonna have a poll. You know what? I'm gonna create a poll. Create a poll. Can I create a poll? How do you create a poll? Okay, start a poll. What pair should I trade? Okay. Go to the poll. Starting the poll right now. We get 2 minutes. 2-minute vote. If I trade with you funded account, will my account break any rule? Well, if you break a rule, then you will break a rule. Simple as that. I think you might have to be a little bit more specific with your question. We do have rules. For example, if you're on the high stakes account, you cannot trade during high impact news event, red folder news, specifically on Forex Factory. And when you get an evaluation account, you can go into your program dashboard, and there's like I think you can click a button that says like prohibited practices. Click that one, and then you can read through what you can't do. But free to trade basically however you want. Any strategy, anything like that is welcome at the 5ers. Right, okay, we're gonna trade gold. Let's first do some analysis on gold before we actually go into the live trading. Look at NCD cat. Isn't that just the beauty of a trade? Isn't that just beautiful? That break and retest right there. However, looking into weekly, I am you know what? I gotta put a volume profile on this. Just give me a second. Yep. Okay, so let's put a range on this. So it's a the news rule is a soft stop. Basically, what it means is you'll get a warning. You will not, we will not. A hard stop, that means you lost the account. A stop is basically so the way we have set it up is if you trade during the news and you make money, you will not get that money basically. And if you trade the news and you lose money, well, then the loss is on you. And the way that we've structured this is because on a high stakes account you have high leverage, and if we see that when you become funded and we start maybe perhaps connecting, if we see that you're trading very well and we start connecting your account to the the pool, actual real money, then we want to make sure that you're trading in the right way, because now you're trading the company capital, real money. So you got to make sure that we have traders that are not making mistakes. That's the thing, right? And if you do make mistakes, we got to make sure that you're able to handle that mistake. That's why we have that rule. If I trade your setup with you in live stream, then so I'm a swing trader. Okay, if I take a swing trade, I mean, let's talk about that. Okay, so should you be following trade signals? Because that's the same thing. Following my trades here, following trade signals for someone else. This is a very, very bad idea. No one has ever made money in a significant way by following other people's trades. If I take a trade here live and I don't close the trade, then I go off the live stream, you have no idea if I'm going to close the trade, how I'm going to manage that trade or whatever. And group trading is not allowed. So it's not allowed that you have people trading their account by copying other people. So you have many multiple different people taking the exact same trades. That's not allowed. And copying other people's signals or trades, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. If it worked, I wouldn't be here. I would just copy someone else, Selling signals it's very easy, because you're basically selling the dream, right? You're basically saying like buy access to this channel or whatever, and then Telegram or whatever, copy my signals, and you know how to trade it yourself. It's very easy for a good salesman to sell that dream, but it never works. It has never worked, and it's never going to work, because you're missing all the details. Okay, gold. Let's take a look at gold. First, I want to do some analysis on gold. Make sure that I know what I'm doing from a high time frame perspective. This is a good. Did you face any losing month for any pair at the end of the month? I'm always losing money. I mean, this is trading. We're not winning all the time. I have months where, I mean, most of my months are unprofitable. That the thing I make my money in like 20% of the year. 80% of the year I lose money, and 20% of the year I make money. Trading is not about constantly making money. That's just a lie that I've been sold to you. You're not supposed to just making money every month, every day, year in and year out. That's not how it works. It's the market decides if you're going to make money or not. Most of the professional traders I know, most of the the ones that have big capital behind them, they make they make somewhere between like 3, 4, maybe 5 months of the year where they make really good money. Then the rest of the year is like around break even or loss. So you got to make sure that you're really. It's quite important to understand that, because if you're going to be, if you're going to be long in this for a long time, if you're going to be a full-time trader, you better make sure you're ready to lose some money as well. You better make sure that you have drawdown periods, and you better make sure that you have money saved up to be able to survive during the periods where you're going to lose money, because otherwise you're going to be too dependent on the profits from trading, and that's just going to create stress, and you're going to be trading badly. Okay, so looking at gold here, we have a range on the 1 hour. Let's add that range right here. Okay, so we have a break and retest of the range EQ. Going down to the 50-minute, can we find any good... Okay, the poll is 87% chooses gold. Let's go with gold. On the 50-minute, we have a trend. Okay, so we do have the overall high time frame markets are bullish. Okay, so we have a break and retest of the range EQ here, and a somewhat of a trend starting right here. So the trend that I'm looking at is basically a break above range EQ, break and retest of the range EQ, and then this type of formation. Now, obviously, we got the range highs up here. However, we do have this. Actually, this level is probably quite strong resistance. And it might be actually that this is the real range highs, and this would be the fake out. If you guys want me to lower the sound of the music, let me know. Sometimes it's nice with the music. I'm doing this like between 3 and 5 hours a day. It's nice to have some music in the background to be able to not just hear myself talk all the time. Okay, so on the 15-minute, we got something nice going on here. On the 5-minute, okay, we got a... Let's do it. Let's do a poll. I'm just gonna stop taking my own decisions here. I'm just gonna ask you about everything. Okay, stop the music or not. All right, get a poll in the comments. Stop the music or not. Gonna turn it down, turn it up. Let me know. Okay, so we got gold right here. I think we have a trade. The trade for me would be a hit of the reload zone confluent with the trend line. That's where we are going long. And the trend line that I'm talking about is this one right here. Okay, so we have... I'm looking for this move down here. That's where I want to go long. Let's see if I can open up MetaTrader here to take a closer look at gold. All right, here we go. Let's see if we can find the same levels here on MetaTrader. We got that low that high. We're currently testing the 50%. We almost hit the 618 right there. Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark says, I would short. Dude, if you're gonna be in here and have all of these great comments, you gotta change your name, man. You're gonna change your name. I'm gonna call you question mark. That's okay to you. You're from now on, you're just the question mark. Okay, so I'm gonna adjust this trend line for volatility. Adjust it for my bias. Enigma. Yeah, okay, let's call him Enigma. Yeah, that's right. Let's call him Enigma. All right, Enigma, you need to you want to short this. Could you please explain why you want to short this? Yeah, just like Yasin says, we don't agree. Like we don't accept this kind of aggressive trading style because this is not long-term profitable. Like we're looking for traders who are able to manage a large amount of capital and do so in a way where you're able to do so long-term profitably. And this is just not sustainable. Having a 2 pip stop loss and risking 1% on EU, you are going to, in unforeseen events, like could be whatever, it doesn't have to be a red folder event, could just be increased volatility. Imagine if you know, the market moves in a way where you're not going to get filled on that stop loss and it moves just 4 pips extra. Well, you're going to lose 3 or 4% on that position, and quite frankly almost potentially losing your account. That's not, you know, that's something that you would have to do on your private account and lose money that way. It's not something that you want to do with prop firm capital. And that's why we have rules. Like every other prop firm that are looking for talented traders, we need to have rules to make sure that you're not having any, you know, insanely risky things going on. Okay, so what we're looking for now is confirmation. I saw this short on TikTok or whatever it was, maybe Instagram. Who cares? Who cares? Somewhere I saw a short with this institutional traders saying like, institutional traders, they don't wait for confirmation, they buy at the level. And I'm like, yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. Let's buy at the level. See how that goes. The idea would be then, you know, and that's kind of like how I do when I swing trade. I have a level marked out, and I see that if this level gets hit, that there is a probability of a reaction. But then I wouldn't want to go in with big risk at that level, right? When there's good confirmation, I would be ready to go in with size. So is this the level where I want to enter? Yes, absolutely. Why? Because it's a support level. And it's within a market that is extremely stupidly bullish, like gold. So we want to be buying here. But on the first idea, where do we want to enter? Okay, let me go out to the 1 hour to kind of see where we want that TP. We probably want the TP at these highs. Now, where do we want the stop loss? So we want the stop loss. What's the risk to reward on this one? Well, actually, it's a two risk to reward on having the stop loss down here. So I think that kind of makes sense. How much am I going to risk on this one? Should I start with 50? Okay, so I'm gonna start with $50 here with a total risk of 250 probably. If we go to risk, what would be 0.12%? 0.12% would be around 177. Okay, so let's start with $50. Let's just add $50 here. And with more confirmation, we're going to be averaging into this trade if it's a winner, and if it's a loser, we're just going to let it be a loser. Okay, let's go. We're going to be entering that one. Meadow Ben says 29.21 as TP. Yeah, I like that. It's close to mine. Where can we get this position size calculator? So I would say go to Google and search for position size calculator. Position size calculator MT5 or MT4, I believe. And then you'll find a website called Earn Forex, I believe it's called. Okay. Gold is good. I like gold. Okay, so apparently you guys want the music on. We're gonna keep the music on. All right, guys. I want you guys to give me a setup. Okay, give me entry, stop loss, and TP for gold. What would be your trade here? Let's not be. I don't want you guys to be influenced by my setup here. I want you guys to show me where you would enter gold. What would be the setup that you're looking at? Let me pull it up on TradingView. I'm gonna have MetaTrader on the screen to the right of me here. We're gonna look at TradingView, and I wanna look at your setup, see if we can find anything interesting there. I mean, I love this. Like, this is a good comment right here, and I wish more people would have the ability to just say there's nothing there. You know. So a lot of times I feel like I ask this question, and a lot of times people they try to look for a setup, and that's not how you're supposed to do it. You know, if a setup should just show itself. You don't have to look for a setup. It's just, you know, whenever I pull up a chart, it's like, if I can't find a setup, if I can't find a structure that I like on a daily in the first 5 to 10 seconds, then I move on to the next one. It's not about finding setups. It's about being available so that the market can tell you when it has a setup for you. I think that's what it's all about. You know, as a trader, it's just being available. You need to be available for the market. You need to listen to whatever the market is telling you, and be available when it's telling you, you know, right here we have a setup. Can we please take a look at USDJPY? Yes. Let's do that. Maybe we can just open up multiple screens here. How do we even do that? Okay. Can I drag this and can I have it on another screen? No, I can't. I have to just check this though. Okay, so we got, let's see, we have 2938 is a good Quasimodo level. Oh, I have no idea. Quasimodo is not my type of, not my cup of tea. It is definitely Victor's cup of tea though. Your USD is in New York kill zone. Why is it called kill zone? What is a kill zone? Is it like what happens? What happens in a kill zone? I would be very interested to hear. What else do we have? 2940 is a buy. Okay, let's take a look. Let's take a look. 2940. 2940. Yeah, I like that. This is definitely, and even if you add the fibs here as well. Yeah, 2940 is a very good area to buy. So let's do that. Okay, 2940. I 100% agree with you. If we drop down here, well, actually, it's hitting the midpoint of the reload zone right here. So let's just add another position to this one right here. Okay, so we're in gold with 2 positions right here. And we have a very clear local 1 minute downtrend right here. And now we need to adjust the trend line, because obviously we have this. And 2940 would probably mean that we're almost hitting the level. 2940 looks like the 0.786 as well. 0.786 is a very good level, very good fib level. And the way I'm trading these retracements is I don't want price to go below the 0.786, because below the 786 level, or the 78.6% level, however you want to, whatever you want to call it, at that point I feel like price is just retracing too much, and it's no longer very bullish trend. The level is holding. We can go out to the 50 minute, we can go out to the 1 hour. This level right here is holding so far. On the 1 hour, we definitely have a too tight of a stop loss. That's not a very good stop loss. The first traders is saying, please keep stop loss as 29.35. Yeah, that's good. That's a great level. I can't adjust that stop loss now though without selling parts of my position. Right. Let's see, where do we have? Okay, so 5 minute. Yeah, we're live 5.5 hours every Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. Not only me, of course. I'm supposed to be here with Dirk, but Dirk made a questionable decision yesterday evening. He apparently ate cheap sushi on a Sunday. A bad idea. And now he can't join. I am alone, but I quite like being alone, you know? I quite like it. Because I got you guys. You guys are keeping me company here, helping me out. We're trading gold together. You're helping me make money. Well, right now you're helping me lose money. It is what it is. That's the thing. But you know, like I said yesterday, you know, or earlier in the live stream, you kept be making money every day. It's just the way it is, you know. The way it is. Okay, we got a bounce here on the 0.786, or we're just gonna go straight down. Who knows? Who knows? The loss on this trade will be $75. I'm okay with that. I would be more okay with not hitting hitting stop loss though. Yeah, we definitely need Alex here to come in and be witness to my stop loss getting hit. However, I just had saw a message from Alex. His apparently something about his PC started burning, almost being set on fire, and sent me a picture of a broken computer. So I don't know what that means. Who knows? I know. Yeah. I wish I had the ability to see the future as well. Okay, 2938.5 is the point to look at. 29385. 29385. Yeah, that is a good level. Gold is difficult. Gold is very, very difficult. It's and I think trading the 4-hour instead is definitely more interested. Okay, so Alex just sent me a message on WhatsApp saying that he needs to get home and use the computer at home, apparently, because the one he had in the office. I don't know if he... I don't know if maybe he had a stop loss being hit. I know, me knowing Alex, he probably had a stop loss being hit. He took the PC, opened the window, and then very gently pushed it out the window. And now he has to get home and use the computer he has at home. So he's going to be riding his little bicycle home and joining us later in the live stream when he gets home. Okay, my entry, Lucifer Production says, you are emotionally damaged, I think. Really? that's a wonderful comment. Thank you, man. I might be. Well, it depends on if the stop loss gets hit. So if it does get stop loss, I would definitely be emotionally damaged, I think. Okay, so what's my entry? Well, okay, my entry is at... where is it? My entry is at 29.43 and then 29.41. That's my two entries. Look at the 15-minute. Yeah, this trend is not looking very good. Not looking very good. Because now we're broken below that level, right? And that level was also confluent with the lower parts of the reload zone. So I'm getting out of one of the positions. So I'm taking a $12 loss on that one. How I bring these comments up on screen? I just pressed them. I got our little streaming program here, you know. Right. But I definitely think I want to go long, but maybe that needs to be okay. So I'm gonna be adding. Okay, I'll be moving stops down here on this new position, putting in another order for 25. That's at 50, so I'm going to move that down here. That would now be a 57. Oh, I'm going to lose again. Okay. Let's see if I'm going to lose again. Says we're gonna get a crazy drop again. Okay, so you're short from where I am long. Ahmed says no buying pressure. My risk percentage-wise is on that last position is 0.02. So 0.02%. Almost seems like you're catching a falling knife. Yeah, definitely. This would definitely be a falling knife. Then if you add the fibs here, you'll see that I'm trading within this range. So we are currently above the range EQ. We've had a break and retest of that range EQ, and so far the local trend is still somewhat bullish. You can also go into the lower time frames here, and 15-minute is obviously not looking great, but if you can stay above this trend line, then something's going on. Looking at the 1 minute, we do have small bullish reaction at these lows right here. And the position that I've entered here might be able to close that one up here for a win. And then start looking at adding if it moves higher. Now it's actually testing that retest from the downside. You know, the thing with risking small amounts like I'm doing right now means that it doesn't matter, you know, it doesn't matter whatever happens. And that's the beauty of risking small, you know, having, of course, having a bigger account, risking small and taking in, you know, those small losses will help you manage that exciting, that stress that comes with losing won't really affect you if you're only losing small amount of money. So it's important that you adjust your lot size to the risk that you're comfortable with. Like how much, what are you comfortable losing? Like what's your risk tolerance in terms of, like, if you see a trade hitting stop loss and you're losing, you know, if you're losing $1,000 on one trade, if you feel like that's too much, then decrease that to, you know, $500. Is $500 too much? Then decrease that, and then maybe you reach a point where it's like, okay, $50, I'm okay with losing $50. And then you know that's your risk tolerance. That's where you should be starting your risk. So the thing is, as well as if you start to risk, when you start to build a position, you might risk $25, and then you see some bullish momentum, you add $25 more, and then when the trade confirms, you might be adding, you know, $50. And if you continue higher, you can limit the loss on that trade. You move stop loss up, you have zero risk in that trade, and then you can start adding maybe $100. Now, if that's a 2 risk to reward, you'll be making maybe $300 on that trade. So what began with a $25 risk turns into a $300 win, and that's the idea of averaging into your winners, right? It is allowed unless you keep adding risk. You know, you got to make sure that you're within the boundaries of your daily loss limit and your loss. So if you move your stops up and then increase the risk of the trade, then that should be allowed. Okay, I've got someone saying long 29.20. Let's take a look. $29.20. Yeah, but if I'm gonna be waiting for that level to break, then we're gonna be here for a while. All right, so you get your TP right where I have my stop loss. I like that. You know, I feel like many of you are talking about shorting gold. And then that's kind of like the contrarian within me tells me that maybe we should go long instead. Because if everyone looks for short, remember 99% of, maybe not you guys, because you're more involved with this and you're looking at this live stream and you're probably, you know, getting the information from us about, you know, the educational value as well. But you can understand that, you know, 90, maybe as high as 99% of people who try to be profitable in trading fails. So if the majority of people wants to trade gold to the downside, then that means something. Now, the idea with that as well is the idea of shorting gold might be right, but then a lot of people are managing that trade ineffectively and maybe using too tight of stop loss. Yeah, exactly. This is what I'm saying, Henry. Like, most people get the direction right, but then they use too tight of stop loss, or they manage to trade poorly. But I mean, this obviously doesn't look very good. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. Right, so now obviously the move that we traded based on, which was the hit of the reload zone right here, and then we had that trend line. Now this is completely broken, right? But let me actually, I'm gonna pull up trading view here instead, because it's much easier looking at the doing my overall analysis with trading view. We currently have this range right here, okay? Right where we have that range EQ, we also have these tops on the 4 hour. So I'm gonna be marking out this level, which I think is a very important level. Not only is this the range EQ, but it's also a very important level on the 4 hour. So going down into the 1 hour, but now within this area. This I believe is an area where I want to be long, because it's basically the average price of this range right now, the range EQ. I believe it's also where most of the volume has been traded as well. Yeah, you can see it right here. So this is where I want to be long. Now I'm okay with getting stopped out on the positions I have open currently. I got my stop loss below that level right there. But I'm still looking at potential longs here. Okay, so we took out the stops here. We had two options here now. Either look for bullish price action coming in here for long, or a break below for a possible move down like this region here. But I would still be bullish here. Right, so I entered a new long position here. Now this is here we have the stop loss in a much better position. So now we're using those lows as a stop loss, and we're entering within this support zone. And we got that TP at the highs. Let's see, where do we have the actual TP? Now, if this level breaks to the downside and we start to see something like this, then we might want to short gold down to this level. My stop loss for this trade is at 29.31. Yeah, I think you want to buy below the 50% mark, not above. Yeah, definitely. If you want to go with the the whole mean version idea, then definitely you want to be buying at the lows of that range. Definitely. You are probably going to lose again. Well, thank you for that emotional support. I will definitely keep that in mind if my stop loss gets hit. Okay, so you guys are definitely trading against me here. You're selling every long that I'm taking. You're selling into that. But I think eventually I'll make it all back. You just have to take a couple more trades. I think I'm a bit too optimistic with that TP. Robert is saying gold is going down to 29.31 first. Yeah, right where I have my stop loss. Thank you. So, suggest you look at the 4-hour range. I think this is the 4-hour range. And I think this is a great level. I really think this is a great level. Thank you, Fabian. I really like you. I really like you. Thank you for the support. Much appreciated. Maybe also much needed. Look at that. Look at that bullish engulfing candle on the 1 minute. Is this a signal to go all in? Maybe, maybe not. Buying at the top is not a good decision. I agree with you. Buying the top is not a good decision unless it's gold. Honestly, I mean, look at how many times gold has just reached the top, and then yeah, okay, good. You've closed your shorts, and now that's what I'm saying, guys. Eventually, you'll all join the dark side, and okay, this is. I mean, we're within a good level, right? We're within a good level, definitely. Oh, I got contact lenses, and one just started popping out. Like it didn't want to be in my eye anymore. Definitely wanted to leave. Felt like flying away. That was weird. Weird. Okay, so looking at the 5-minute right now. Look at that! Look at that! Look at that! You guys want to short this? Everyone's trading against me. I wish you all the best, but not on this trade. Not on this trade, my friend. Time to enter a new position. Let's go long. Okay, that's right. Got a new position open. I'm now in with some size here. Here we go. That's the reaction that I would want. Let's wait for the 5-minute to close. That would be beautiful. And so here's the thing, right? On the 1 minute, we're now hitting the reload zone right here, the local short reload zone. Central Axe says, "Don't go long again, please." Like, I've stopped listening to you, man. You're just rooting against me. I'm not gonna take your advice. All right, we got the question mark guy, the Enigma. Enigma is closest short. Thank you. Yeah, we really need to break above this local short reload zone right here for that local 1 minute trend to be done. And if that happens, I will start adding to this position. All right. You know how good this feels? Actually, doesn't really feel much, if I'm gonna be honest. You know, when you've been like after 8 years of trading, you just stop caring. You know, you stop caring. Like you just do whatever you're supposed to be doing, right? I think I would really be anxious about a trade like this if I would put on, you know, big size. We're talking about, you know, if I would be risking like, you know, $2,000 on this, I would definitely be anxious. But that's the thing. I would never risk the amount of money where I would be afraid of losing. Okay, this is a great question because I feel like for a lot of people, the path to profitability is understanding when to add to winners and break your block. Man, we have so many ICT traders on here. It's amazing. Anyway, so what criteria do you use to add to your position on gold? I tend to vary how and when I add, but it's very imperfect. Well, okay, so I don't think it's imperfect. You probably have some underlying idea of what you want to see in price action to add to this position. I think you probably have better structure than you think you have. Let me explain what I mean. So we are now trading at a good support level. We have confirmation of, we had the first idea. So what I did was I bought here at, you know, we were in the area where I want to have a position on. So I'm adding to that. I'm buying gold here because it's in the area that I like. And then I had a bullish reaction. I'm now seeing the reaction that I want to see. So I'm adding another position. Now I have 2 positions in. I'm in with decent risk. I think right now $100, right? And what I want to see now is confirmation by market structure, not just confirmation by reaction, but confirmation by market structure. And we don't know that this is a trap. We don't know that this is a trap. We don't know if this is confirmation. Assuming that it's a trap is probably your first mistake, right? Because when you start assuming things, you're not thinking in terms of probabilities. And I really do appreciate your comment that I'm a little impatient. I think Alex would probably also confirm the fact that I'm a little bit impatient. But I mean, it's man. I think I'm quite patient, but it's when I'm swing trading, I'm very patient, right? But then as soon as I go into the lower time frames, that same patience becomes an issue. But I think this trade right here has been managed very, very well. But what's up, Alex? How's it going?
Yeah, I'm definitely not patient. I literally left work because my computer broke, and I was so impatient. I was just like,
I've already told everyone about it.
Gonna go home, and then as soon as I get home, they fix the computer. So it's like,
amazing.
What are we having a look at? Let's have a look.
Yeah, we're trading gold right here, and I'm talking about adding to winners, and I talked about adding a first initial position because it's in the area of interest, and then adding another position because we have a bullish reaction. And if I'm going to be adding more to this, I need price action confirmations. I basically need price to start moving like this, and if we see that, then I can start adding a risk to this position while moving stops up. We just talked about how you threw your computer out the window in the office. You had to go home.
Do you know what? That euro trade, if I'd have just waited a little bit longer, that would have been absolutely stunning. It's super frustrating.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that's where I'm quite patient. I can hold a position open for long, but might be a little bit impatient in entering trades.
See, with me, I tend to once I get into a position, I'm either right quickly or I'm wrong very quickly, and I'm just happy with just that instant gratification.
Yeah. I would be happy. I'm happy with instant gratification as well. I think we all are. All right, so I'm now in profits on both of those positions right here. We're going to be looking at what we have. If I can open up MetaTrader instead. So that's what we got going on right now. So we have stop loss is down here for both of these positions, and then I got TP above these highs. The problem is, I think I'm probably a little bit too optimistic on the TP here, but I'm gonna keep that TP there anyway. I'm just gonna be trailing my stops up, and if I get stopped out, then that's it.
Let's have a look at euro. Yeah, I'm not looking at long in euro just yet, unless it's for a swing. A swing, I think euro looks really good. Had JPY, I'm long that though. That for an intraday setup. I've just entered into that trade because that's what I was looking at from before. Maybe I'll just share my screen. So this is yeah, that's already pushing up. So if I do already a push down, JPY is quite weak today. So we're not breaking down any of these lows. Going on to the 15-minute, we broke above the EMAs. Now we've taken all of those traders out, which was me this morning. That was where my first trade was. My first trade was here this morning. No, it would have been up here then, because it was right on this morning. Took me out, came back in, and now it is finding support. So the trade is literally just entering here and just waiting for the take profit on that 200 EMA right there. So that's all I'm really looking at. And it looks quite nice. You've got this quite a big imbalance as well in price. So if I was looking up for where the 50 would go, so the 50 is right up there. It's already been touched. So if I was looking for the 618, the price just to come back down into that area, maybe touch the 618, it also in lines with these areas here. So that is a plan. So that's what I'm in right now.
Okay, I just have to open up gold here quickly. So think of Brian. So I had a whole chat kind of trading against me here on gold this morning. So I was going long, and everyone was telling me how I'm gonna get stopped out, which I did, to be fair, a couple of times. But what we see right now is good confirmation. I wanted to see, that break above that reload zone. So what I'm going to be adding to this position. I'm also long on Euro USD, so I'm going to be showing you guys that as well. But I'm adding to the gold trade right here. Same stop loss. I'm not moving my stop loss up. I'm just adding, and then I'm going to show you the Euro USD trade that I'm in, which is based on. I believe I entered here. I got my TP up here, and then I got my stop loss down here. But that's the trade on Euro USD. I think, looking at the, I had Mike on here this morning, and we talked about how this candle, it had a lot of volatility to the downside. And what I see here is basically we should be retracing some of that move. That move is way too overextended in my opinion. So it has a very sharp move down into the reload zone and support area. And we should see, in my opinion, some type of bullish reaction. And we actually did have a bullish engulfing within the reload zone. So I think that's a good buy. Again, small position here before adding that. Let's see. So you're in Euro USD, are you? Who do you think?
Oh, I'm not in USD.
Okay, all right, okay.
I should have been. No, I'm in CAD JPY long.
Oh, look at gold, man. It hit that trend line to the downside. Let me add that trend line and show you what I mean. Yeah, this trend line right here. Let's see, on a MetaTrader, it hit that trend line almost perfectly. That's a heavy rejection of that trend line. Not what I'm looking at to secure this position. Again, I got 3 positions in here on gold, and I got that stop loss down here. Now, obviously, I want to move stop loss to below that low, but I need confirmation price action. So if we get that rejection on the trend line, and then we can add the reload zone down here. So I want to see a bullish reaction somewhere in here, and then I want to break above the trend line. If that happens, I will move stops up, and I will add a 4th position here while trailing my stops up. See.
I love this chilling music.
Yeah.
I can just chill to this and just trade all day. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom.
Why? Everyone's telling me not to add. Why not add to the position? That's like I think
it is in your plan. Add to the trade.
I mean, just add to the trade. Like if you have a trade, it's a winner. Everything looks good. Why would you not want to add to a winning trade?
Do you know what? I think adding to a trade is actually quite an art, because every time I seem to add to a trade, it's just one of those things. When you tell somebody you're in a position, and then suddenly you're in a position, or you tell somebody oh, it's going straight to TP or it's near TP. And as soon as you say it, that's when the trade breaks down and comes back to your stop loss. Has anybody else ever been in that situation? Happened to me last week when I was like, yeah, gold is about to take the highs. And I was long in gold. And then as soon as I said that, it was probably like the top of the move. And then it came back down. Are these two pro traders? Now, what is a pro trader to you? Are we pro traders? We're just traders, you know? Pro traders. Oh,
I guess
if want to trade live with pro traders. So yep, we're the pro traders we're talking about. Those are the ones you're stuck with.
That's amazing. That's amazing. Well, we do trade for a living, so I guess we would have to be categorized as pro traders, right?
I guess a professional trader. I'm a profitable trader. Professional trading, I trade. What would I class a professional trader? I would class a professional trader as somebody in bank or.
Now you're talking about institutional trader. A professional trader is simply a trader that has like I have multiple different income streams, and trading is one of them. Therefore, I'm a professional trader. I'm not an institutional trader.
I would just like I would say I'm a.
Alex, you're a professional trader. How would you not call yourself a professional trader? Your whole work career is revolving around trading, and you're trading all day, and you're making money trading. How would you not call yourself a professional trader? I think what's happening here. I think that's like, and I think a lot of people are actually like this. This goes for a lot of people. It's kind of like that imposter syndrome, right? Where you're like, am I really a professional? Yeah, you are. You definitely are. You're making money trading. You're making a living off trading, and you're working in the trading industry. You're like, you have a serious role at a prop firm industry. Like, of course you're a. But
are we over the last 2 months as well? I've had a massive run, like ridiculous run. It's been.
Yeah, I saw you were on. You were on
a leaderboard somewhere.
A leaderboard somewhere, yeah. In a galaxy far away or something.
Yeah, in a place that shall not be named on this stream.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, if you make that amount of money, you get on the leaderboard. I mean, that's a serious amount of money. That's the amount of money that for a lot of people would be, several monthly salaries. So I'm like, yeah, indeed. I think you have to.
Indeed. Yeah. And it was not just on the leaderboard as well. It's withdrawn into my Revolut account as well.
So you're withdrawing that, putting it into a private account, and then you're losing the money on the private account. Make money on the prop firm, lose the money on the personal account. Look at the bonds here on gold. So we are now seeing gold is actually. I'm going to be adding back the shorts wheel zone right here. You talked about how I wanted to see a move above here. It's now reclaiming that level as support. That's exactly what we want to see in terms of market structure confirmation to secure the trade. As soon as this high gets taken out, that's when I will be securing the trade. Okay, we got. How do I pronounce your name? Help me out, Alex.
What? My name?
No.
Oh, Menachem. My good friend Menachem.
By the way, he has to get on to do a trading challenge. I would have to ask you to perhaps come on next week, because we are fully booked this week. On Wednesday, we're going to have another viewer who I know is in the chat right now. I'm not going to name names because it's going to be a secret, but he's going to come on and he's going to live trade against me. And if he wins, he will win a 20K high stakes evaluation account.
What a lucky fella.
Yeah, pretty good. It's going to be really, really interesting. And yes, if you guys are interested in coming on trading live against me, now you see how I trade. Okay, we're probably going to be trading gold. You see how I trade. If you think you can make more, if you think you're able to win against me on a one-on-one trading challenge on gold for 1 hour, then get on here. And if you're able to beat me, make more money or lose less money, I should say, maybe, then you get an account.
Wait, where's our? What are we doing? One?
No, we
I thought. Well, when are we gonna do one?
That's right. We talked about that last week. So the thing is, like, we're like fully booked this whole week with people.
You, Mr. Popular, fully booked.
If you want to get on, send an email to the5ers. The5ers at no. Trading room at the5ers.com. Trading room at the5ers.com. You have to have a microphone. You have to have a camera. And it's good if we also can understand each other.
That means a good microphone, everyone.
Yeah.
We want to be able to hear you, see you. We don't need to. Obviously, seeing is important. Like, this camera's HD. You know, you don't need anything really more than that. If you got 4K,
no,
then...
you don't have to, like, you can do a laptop. You can do your laptop. I don't like. It doesn't matter.
Yeah,
it's fun. It's just fun getting people on here. We could do. Let me see what we got planned for tomorrow. So we got Griff coming on tomorrow.
Oh, nice. Oh, that's why you told me not to come, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, friends, all trading friends. You don't know that, huh? You're not English. You don't know this. So there's a thing. I'm not going to tell you. It's fun not telling you. Oh, friends. If there's any English people in the chat, you know what I'm talking about.
Okay, I am Legacy. Send an email to trading room at the5ers.com and we'll set you up for next week. Alex, we definitely should do a trading challenge. Maybe we could do that. You know what? Let's do one tomorrow. Let's see if we
tomorrow. Let me just check my schedule. It's quite full.
Of course, we could do one. That first hour before Soul comes on, perhaps. Or we're just gonna plan it for next week. We'll do a full do like a thing out of it. Because we had a deal, right? We're gonna be dressing up as clowns. Wasn't that our deal?
Everybody keeps thinking that I've got a thing for clowns now, so I'm no longer betting a clown. Can't have people think I got a thing for clowns. No,
yeah, that's okay. Like, I'm not judging anyone. Like, if you want to dress up as a clown, that's okay.
We do not promote nicotine or anything like that, but I would be the loser has to buy the other person. We like to indulge in nice cigars.
Yep.
The person who loses has to buy the other person their favorite cigar.
Right, check it out. Got it right here.
That is neat. That is really nice.
Got it right here.
He actually has his own humidor. That is you got to respect it. You got to respect that.
Yeah, man. Clownophilia, is that? Maybe I shouldn't put that up. I don't know what that is.
Crownophilia. Seriously, Henry, bro. What are you doing?
Oh, okay. Nah, damn it.
Crownophobia.
Oh, clownophobe. No, that's two different things. That's two different things.
Yeah.
Please do not. YouTube security team or whatever. We're just joking. Do not ban us.
Boy. Yeah, James. If you know, you know. Oh, trading friends. As a minor structure, it might go up a bit. As a major structure, there is liquidity in an order block. Just my analysis. Let me know your views. When's the next contest in the 5ers? Well, actually, next month we released. Is this already something that is public? The thing that's going on next month?
No,
it's not public.
Oh, you mean the thing that we've had meetings about?
Yeah, the thing. Should we tell them anyway?
We probably shouldn't. I think that's up to we do have a CEO that kind of takes care of, like, tells us these things that we should be saying or not. So we probably should be strictly professional here.
Okay, guys, we're doing a marathon.
Oh my god.
There's going to be a competition. 5,000 people
Oh.
that enter get a free competition. And there's going to be 15 accounts giveaways.
Holy shit.
No,
I love it.
What came out of my mouth? Like,
Yeah, we got something big, something really, really big going on next month.
very nice.
Very nice, yeah. Full day of real real quality educational content.
Nobody sent that to Saul. Okay.
Nah. No, don't do that. Okay, so what we have right now on gold, we're gonna go to the 5 minutes as well. It's kind of like holding that level as support. So what I'm gonna do now is I'm going to move my stop loss to here. Okay, so let me adjust that a little bit. That might be a terrible mistake, but I don't think so. So now I've removed some risk from this trade, and I'm taking that risk and I'm adding it to a new position. So whatever risk I'm removing, I'm adding back, so that the loss of the trade will always be the same size. But I will. So right now I'm up only about $50 on this one. But now I'm started to increase that risk just slightly. With a tighter stop loss. Yep. Thank you, man. Thank you. Thank you for closing that short. Hamid says, where is your TP? My TP is way too high, but I'm going to adjust it to these highs here. So I want my TP at around 29.40. No, 29.45, 29.47. 29.46 is where I want it.
All right. I'm closed that. Get JPY for break even. I'm not clear. I'm not keen on the structure. Not very nice.
I'm gonna show you what I have here on MetaTrader, so you can see all my positions here on gold. And this is what I mean by adding to a winning position, right? We've started risking $25. We're now up on that trade about $90 or $100. And now that we have that breakout, I'll be adding another position to this one. I'll be adding $100 worth of risk to this one. So now I can start increasing the risk. I can start increasing that position size, because now the whole idea that we had previously is now confirmed. I'm going to close one of the positions. I'm going to take $50 profit on the first position right there. So I'm closing that one. There's $56 win on that position, which means I'm lowering the overall risk on the position as well. And then I'll keep, maybe I'll close one more position here. Okay, so that TP is going down here. So now I'm just looking for a move up here, and I'll keep moving my stop losses up with price action. If we have, if this trend line holds, maybe like that, then we have I'll be moving our stops to this level. And at that point, I'm with the profit I just took, I'm risk free on this position, and then I'll just let it run or hit stop loss or whatever, and I won't really lose anything on that position.
We could talk about a really nice trade setup using the EMAs that had last Friday, if you've got time for that. I think we can learn quite a lot from it, to be honest.
Well, let us know in the comments if that's something you might want to see. Let us know in the comments. Do you want Alex to show his secret techniques of how he got funded with multiple funded accounts through multiple different prop firms? I'd be able to withdraw multiple dollars. Trillions on a daily basis, basically, moving the markets with only the withdrawals.
Trillions of stimulated cash.
Yeah. Yes, we want. They want. They obviously they want to see that.
They do want to see that. Okay.
Yeah.
Fine. Give me 2 secs. I gotta just put the right screen on.
Do you guys, Mohammed? Like you're at the 5ers live stream, okay?
What's he say?
Ask like, do you recommend, and then a name of another prop firm. It's like, you think this is the right place to ask for recommendations like that?
Okay. So then this kind of setup happens a lot of the time, especially after there's a lot of volatility in the market. Now, I'm just going to turn this down a little bit because it is in the way. So a lot of people would have traded this. I'm going to turn off these EMAs. We're going to get rid of these EMAs. And I'm just going to have a look. I'm just going to show you what this would look like and show you kind of what a lot of traders, how they would trade this. So let's say, for instance, you've got, what is that? Is that a black line? What is that? Let's sort that out. Let's get rid of that. Okay. So a lot of traders, you'd be looking at that and we'll be like, okay, we're in a range. Okay. So we can have a look. That's probably a nice little level. So a lot of traders would have looked at pound dollar as this being in a range, just oscillating from one end to the other. Okay. Now, a typical trade setup that a lot of traders would actually do would be either looking to long this, so it would go up to the top of the range, or they would looking for break, retest, continuation trade that would, for instance, break the range. So something like this. So, okay, now it's broken. A lot of traders would look, okay, I want to get in now into this type of trade. So a trade that stop above the high, and maybe we want to take out these lows right here. Now that's a fairly nice way of trading this, okay? And the entry would probably be at the bottom of the range, because everybody knows that is nice area of resistance or support, whatever you want to, whatever side that you're actually trading. Now, with this, you would have been marked in, and eventually, before it actually going, you would have been taken out before it would have gone to the take profit. Now, using EMAs, we could have got into this trade a lot faster, okay? And why would we have got into the trade a lot faster? I'm going to stick the 21, the 50, and the 200 EMA. Now, when the EMAs are broken, they tend to go to the next level of EMA. So let's say, for instance, we have this bunch of price action. It's now broken. The next area that you would be targeting would be potentially that EMA there. So you had a retest at the top, it couldn't break it, it then came down, it hit that 50 EMA. Now, if we have a look at this price action here, price came down, broke the 50 EMA. So for me, looking at that straight away, I'm already know that the potential of price coming back down to the 200 average price is a lot higher. This is something that I've been trading a long time. So for me, seeing that, I want to get into this trade and I want to get it short because I want to get it out at the 200 EMA. So that is the first sign. Now, all I'm looking for is a retracement back into the range. So this back into this price range. Okay. And you would have like a point of control, which would be the area where the majority of the price volume was actually executed, which is the middle. Now, that actually coincides as well with a 618 fib. So the trade that I got into was literally just that. To get in on this candle right here on the 618 and a TP on the 200 EMA. And as we saw, and this was actually live as well because Jonathan told me to close it because he thought it was long. And this is on Friday.
Oh, okay. Did you?
Yeah.
Oh,
no,
right.
when you
right.
left
So,
it. Yeah. Remember we were live at that time, weren't we?
Right.
You were
Yeah, I
live.
remember that.
Yeah.
And I said, but wait. You.
What?
Okay, play it out. I gotta see. Like, when
Okay.
did I tell you to close it?
So, okay, so now we've been hit. So straight away we see that
Okay,
break.
wait a minute. Let me. I was actually right.
Why?
I was because it comes down and then it takes out the stops, right?
Okay, so let's go through. So it breaks the EMA, comes back, retraces, get into the trade. Okay. Now, then it pushes down. And then a lot of the traders looking to get into this type of trade, the break, retest, continuation, those are the ones that would have got stopped out, because then we had this. Well, when we had that little bit of news popped up, came back through to the 618, the center of the range, and then pushed down. So when we were talking, we were actually at this part of the price action.
Yeah,
We
and
were-
I remember saying you that it
We were
it front
here,
run that
sorry.
level. Yeah, no, we were not
Yeah.
there. Yeah, okay, maybe we were.
Yeah, we were there because we were said, okay, it's front run this level. And it was like, okay, now it looks long, but I said I'm not going to close out because it's a set and forget, which was the right thing to do in the end, as it went straight down to the take profit.
Wow.
No, it could have come down and pushed me out. It could have come up and just taken me out, definitely. But the idea is that as soon as you see the weakness, using the EMAs, you can actually get into the trade earlier and not fall into this trap of getting into this, getting short on this area and having your stops in a place that are going to get raided from things like that. So that is just the idea. Now you can see these on many different, again, something like this, you have the same, a break above the EMAs. You can see it's consolidating right here. A break above there to the next EMA. That's also a really nice trade. Let's have a look at pound dollar. There's been some beautiful ones on the pound dollar. This as well. Here you go. So you've got these highs right here. Okay, so that's your local structure. Your local structure has now been broken. So now you're looking for a retracement and a continuation. Now that retracement and continuation would come onto a 50 fib. That got front run just a little bit. So you probably wouldn't have got into the 50 fib, but seeing this type of price action, I wouldn't have been bothered about getting into the 50 fib. I would have been bothered getting into the trade. Because after this type of candle right here, after that type of candle right there, that's your confirmation, especially it's around 12 o'clock. That's your confirmation that price looks like it wants to go up. And then easy target would be the 200 EMA, which then coincides as well with, taking out all of these types of levels as well, which are inner structures.
Nice. Yeah, that is a beautiful break and retest, and with the EMAs, that's a really good example, I believe. And also, it's not only are you using the EMAs there, you're also looking at like price structure. I want to quickly just bring you guys over to MetaTrade. I'm gonna go on a break. I'm gonna have some lunch, but looking at gold right here, I'm gonna be adding one final. That's the trade on gold right there. And I'm going to be moving that TP down, and I've moved my stop loss up as well. So as you can see here, you can see also my orders, how I kind of scaled into that winner. And now if these stop losses get hit, it's going to be a minimal loss. But if that TP up here gets hit, I'll make, I think, I'll probably make like $200 or $300, right? On a trade where I initially risked $25. So in the beginning, I had someone in the live stream asking, if you're only risking $25, then how are you able to make any money trading? Well, because I'm averaging into my winners. So I start with $25 down here, and then I add that trade the more confirmation I have, and so that $25 risk turns into a like $200 or $300 win. All right, I'm gonna be back a little bit later. Hopefully, I'll be a little bit more bit richer. All right, see you soon. Should we bring on the hello there.
Here he is.
Yeah.
I'm very sorry. I'm terribly sorry, but
over.
I do. I really like you have flowers and everything, and I would love to stay for you, but I have to go. See you soon.
I think I need to get some fake flowers. Look at everybody's got some really nice fake plants, and it all looks really green. Mine are dead.
Mine's not fake.
Mine's not fake.
Mine's not fake. This is real.
That's real.
This is real. It's just not aging. It's been this for a long time.
He's ignoring us now. He's on the phone. He's not paying attention.
Yeah, he immediately is. I need a plant. Get more plants here.
Give me
All right.
Quick.
That's all. That was Saul. Like, I heard what you said.
Yeah, I'm in sure.
All right, see you soon.
Hey, Ahmed, how you doing? How can you suggest that this was a fake plant, man? That's real as you get.
Oh, really? Mine?
Yeah. That gets watered every day.
Oh, man. Such a lovely plant. It's just you can see it's like dying.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Poor plant. Hey, Haresh, how you doing? How is everyone? Did you miss me for all those, hour and a half I was gone?
Oh my God, Mike. Missed you, mate. We had a really fast morning. You didn't really do what I thought it was going to do.
We thought it was going to do.
It's a little bit too early for it. I don't know. Don't know.
Selling off. Really selling off.
We've already talked about all of our main positions. So I've got a little bit of a game for us to play. Okay.
Here we go.
This is going to be a trading game. I'm going to go on the replay tool.
Okay.
Okay. This is on GU. I'm going to get rid of all the EMAs and stuff because that's just cheating.
Ooh.
So get rid of all the EMAs, remove drawings, remove indicators. Now look, okay, so this is back in November. Okay, let's look at this price action, and this is on a 4 hour. This is not my speciality, but we're going to mark this out, and we're going to see who thinks we should go long and who thinks we should go short. So there's the clean level. Just going to mark this out here.
Henry's already asking, is there hub credits for grabs?
No. No, mate. There's definitely not any hub credits for this one.
Oh dear.
So we'll do this on an intraday, okay? So there's a 4 hour. We're not going to go into anything more than a 4 hour. And we're going to look from here. Are we going short or long in the intermediate?
What do we think, guys? I reckon we're going long, but off that big engulfing 1 hour wick.
You'd say you'd go long here.
Yeah.
Okay, so everybody's saying short. Short, everybody's saying short. Okay, so if we're going short, we're going to have to do... So we're going to go short. What? Stop loss above the highs? Take profit? Something like that. I actually think we're going to come down and then go long, to be honest. Where would I say that would happen? Probably around this area here. So that would be my bet. But let's just play along. Oh, boys, we're going to get taken out.
Boom. Called it. I called it.
Out. Very, very nice. 1-0 to Michael. Okay, now we're going to go on. We're going to go to the daily. We're just going to go bang, 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 bang. Okay.
Henry, we're not cheating. We're not cheating. This is naked trading. Naked trading, my friend. Florentina called it. Nice one, Florentina. Whitfog said long. Morning, Pooley.
Okay, so here we go. So we got another one. This is another day. We've got news as well coming out on this Fed speech. This could be quite volatile. So we still haven't got this level still hasn't been taken out, in all fairness. So we've got this level right here, hasn't been taken out. You've got, oh, I would love just to put an EMA on here. I'm saying we go down now to a 15-minute. What are we doing, guys? So that's what the 15-minute looks like. We're long or short? Long to the next level.
What are we in, gents? Ladies and gents, what are we in?
Okay. First time on
No
stream.
giveaways, M7. No giveaways.
Yeah, no giveaways. Old news. Okay.
Welcome, Omkar. Welcome.
Okay. Sorry, Henry told us we're cheating. We can't use the fibs. I say long on this one. So okay, people are saying short. I'm saying long.
We've got Vasi saying long. We've got Rude Soup saying long.
This, let's put some big size on this. Ooh. What am I doing? Let's put.
Alex is trading his funded account.
This is the we're going buy TP to take out that next level.
What's your stop loss?
Stop loss. Where's everybody thinking? I'm thinking stop loss.
About there.
I'm thinking stop loss there, but that's probably where everybody else would put their stop loss. Okay, we're set with that. I think this is all right. It's come back down into this area of demand. It's pushed up. Oh. Okay, it's finding a little bit of, still hasn't come down to this level here, so we could still find that it's not going to break. Oh, yeah, buddy. Buddy. Everybody that said long, congratulations. Congratulations.
Very nice.
It's very nice. That was very nice. That was very nice. Very nice. Okay, so we are up $7,000 on this account. We'll pick. Should we go for the next day then? We'll do the next week. So we've gone 1 week. Now we'll go back to the 4 hour. That literally did nothing.
M7, we will come to gold in a little while. Right now, we're just doing a bit of, let's call it back testing, shall we?
We're calling it, we're working on our intuition. And how we're spotting patterns.
Naked trading.
Naked trading. Okay. Well, now this one's quite difficult. In my opinion, this one's quite difficult. I'm saying we come down to these areas, we go down on the lower time frame, and we look for price to
trickle back up.
Trickle back up. What are we all saying? What would be the move? I'm saying, let's see if we can find something that happens. Oh yeah, mate, 100%. Let's see.
I'd be looking for sells on that.
Okay, so you'd be looking for sells.
Yeah, I'd be looking for it to come back up at least to the 50 and then sell further down.
Okay, so you would look for the 50 line. So the 50 line around here, come up there and then sell. I would be looking to buy into that line. So long. Who else? Somebody give us your trading ideas.
Kwame's long.
So I say the plan would be for us to break this. Come back in, and then get long like that into this area here.
So you get what, a 50 on that break that you've already had?
Yeah, I think so. Like I'd want to get into. I think that's a really nice area of supply. So I would realistically like to trade into that.
Okay.
They could just break down. Don't know, but let's have a look. See what it does.
Ooh, it's going to be rangy.
That's Asian range. Okay, so
oh, that's horrible range.
Oh, that's disgusting.
Oh,
okay. Oh my days.
That's horrible price action. When was this? November.
I Oh no, this is December.
I wasn't trading
I
back
don't
then.
think anybody who traded probably. Okay, I do want to try and get long somewhere. Should we say at the top of the range, something like that?
Yeah, I think it's already gone without you.
It's already gone, mate. Nice accumulation top. Well, that's yeah.
See, I'd be selling from roughly around that area, maybe.
You would now sell something. You would sell that. Would you sell that without seeing confirmation? Would you sell that blindly?
No, of course not.
So you would wait for confirmation.
Yeah.
So if we're going to sell this,
If I was going to sell that blindly, my stops would have to be at the top of the original move.
so if we're looking for sales right now, we need to see a little bit of weakness
Break
at least coming in.
Yeah.
So now we got to look for a sell. Let's just see what we can, if we can find. Would you say that's a sell?
Could be on the what are we on the 1 minute. Yeah,
Yeah.
it could be actually. Yeah.
Let's go for it. Let's go for a sell. TP 1000. Yeah. It is pre-open though. Yeah, see, I think I agree with this. Probably a little bit too early. Look at that.
Ooh, yeah. Taken out.
Yeah.
But then it goes.
And then it goes. Yeah, it was too early. Would we have got to that take profit? I think we would have.
Just about, yeah. Yeah, it's tricky. Fussy's right.
Boy, there you go. Fair play.
There
That
you
was
go.
I like that. Not yeah, he knew it. He knew it. He knew it. Okay. Anyway, that's enough of the game.
But that would have been actually on your setup. If you look at that one, the first initial move down.
If I had the
if you put a fib,
EMAs, see now that would have been lovely, wouldn't it? Break of the EMA right there. Oh, it's all hindsight, but you've got the break of the EMA right there. So then we'd have looked for the break and the retest. So something like that would have got it. And
very nice. Do you not find trading short time frames really risky? Absolutely. It really depends on your personality. It's not something that I could do purely looking at only the lower time frames. If I'm looking at the lower time frames, I'm still looking at the higher time frames to get a bias and to get a direction. Otherwise, you're just shooting blind, and you end up trading your P&L. So yeah.
I would love to get into this trade though. A long. Let's go long.
Vassi only trades at 5 and
See, I just got longer. Look at that. Just boom.
I told you it was
That
short.
news.
I said it was short, didn't I?
The interest rate, and nobody's you're not going to trade that. But look, I like that question. It's an interesting question because do you believe that trading on the lower time frames risky? Trading on the big times risky? It's all risk. All risky.
True.
Less risk than trading for a
It's the
firm.
adrenaline. Yeah.
Yeah, it's less risk if you're trading for a firm, but it's still risk. It's the same. It's the same thing. It's the same risk. You still don't know how good your win rate is or anything like that. As soon as you get into the trade, you don't know what's going to happen. Like it is totally random what's going to happen. So
it depends what you're risking as well.
On the 4 hour. Yeah.
Yeah. You know, whether it's basically the only difference between higher time frame and lower time frame risk is how quickly you are going to hit profit or hit stop loss. You know, it's more about psychology. So you know, if you're on a lower time frame trading, then you're going to find out whether you're right or wrong a lot quicker than if you're trading on the higher time frames. On the higher time frames, you know, you would theoretically risk the same amount potentially. but your higher time frame stop losses are going to be much bigger. So therefore, you're going to have to hold your trades longer to get the same amount of profit than you would on, say, a lower time frame trade that you might do in, say, a couple of hours.
It doesn't look good, does it, for Solana? I know it's coming down into a nice level, but the fact that it's broken the EMA.
Have a look at the Bitcoin ETH chart. Bitcoin versus ETH. You can pull that up. And if you look back, it doesn't go back far enough. Never mind. You might need on a different source. No, none of them go back far enough. I was watching it earlier. Somebody shared it with me. If you look at it on the BitGet, maybe? Was that BitGet had one?
No, that's BTC Euro.
Oh, sorry. The last time that we had structure like we have right now was 2021 when it shot up.
When what shot
with
up?
The altcoins. So
do you feel I honestly feel like this is a little bit different from the last. Well,
yeah, this is definitely different because we've got a president who's basically rugged the entire United States population, and his wife has rugged the entire population. So it is definitely different. But then you've also got what happened with Bybit as well over the weekend. So look look at ETH.
I mean, like, right? Also it's the fact that Bitcoin is also at a massive macro area. Like it's at 100,000. How are altcoins still back to where they were back in nearly, well, these lot are anyway, back October levels.
But then you've got to think about the liquidity in Bitcoin compared to the other ones as well.
Yeah, gold is looking good. Jonathan's a happy bunny. Yeah. Michael, do you want to take over? Because I'm just going to do some quick admin stuff quickly.
Yeah, give me 2 secs. And let's pull up my chart. So, yeah, Euro US dollar on the 1 hour. We've still got areas down here to target. So I still think we've got more dollar bullishness to come down and take this area. So, but it's leaving a long trail of liquidity. So it will definitely come back and take levels like this. And this one here as well. So there's definitely areas to react from, but it could probably push down from here on the lower time frame on the 5 minute. So there we go. Jonathan's happy. It's his time. It's take profit, so he's happy.
Well done.
So
nice.
What's going on with Sol? So we can look at Sol. Sol is a touchy subject for Alex. We're not allowed to really talk too much about Sol, but
no, I'm still my average is 50, but it still doesn't matter because it's like.
I mean, if anything, it's a great time to buy. It has broken the trend line. I'll give you that. But next areas of where could it react from? Hard to see too much on the daily. I'd maybe be looking somewhere like there. Let's see how that looks. Yeah, that looks like a decent area. So it could well be coming down to this sort of area. So the 150 mark before we then start looking for longs on Sol. 150 feels like a psychological level as well. So that could also be an area to think about. Memdex just leading the way. I'm just gonna leave that there. I'm not gonna go into details. I'm just gonna say Memdex all the way. Memdex till I die. You know.
Yeah.
XRP was interesting last week or a couple of weeks ago was on a merry run. It's pulled back down. It's coming back to these levels to retest. So XRP, I know there's a lot of conversations going on with regards to the SEC and all of that sort of stuff. So again, probably expecting that one to come down at some point into this area maybe before it pushes on up. Let's have a look at SUI as well. SUI's come down to a nice fib level. It's broken past this one, but selling off at the moment. But I don't think that's necessarily too much of a concern. I think for a lot of people, they look at crypto as, oh, let me try and make some money quickly. But actually, crypto isn't a get rich quick scheme unless you're going to play really, really high risk roulette with meme coins and risk getting rugged and everything else. But in terms of long-term plays, in terms of getting return on your investment, crypto is a great tool, I think, to make some really good returns on long-term investments. So if you get in on something, hold your positions, don't look at it, just leave it. A bit like Alex is doing right now with his Solana. Just don't touch it and watch what happens. I think you're more likely to see decent returns than certainly than you would if you put your money in a bank account. That's for sure. So yeah, let's have a look at the indices, because indices on Friday, I was reading about this earlier on. The indices literally just fell through the floor, and apparently one of the reasons for that is on Friday there was a whole load of very soft readings from the US retail and services sector. So it basically unnerved everybody in the stock market. And then there's also uncertainty around Donald Trump and his new kind of approach. So it's basically forcing businesses and consumers to really reconsider what their priorities are. So to give you an idea, the S&P, NASDAQ, and the small cap Russell 2000 were down 1.7, 2.2, and 3% on Friday. And the Russell now turning negative for the year. So, all those small cap businesses are all starting to turn in terms of on the year, in terms of negatives. Friday's losses on the S&P and the Russell were the biggest one-day hits in 2025. And the Dow Jones index recorded its steepest weekly decline since October. So at the moment, the US is really, as I've been saying for a few days, the US just does not know where they think Donald Trump is going to go next. He's keeping everyone on their toes, and everyone's trying to think, right, where's this guy going? What's he gonna do? So yeah. M7 saying, is crypto, especially meme coins, just a get in low and hope to get out in profit before others do? Because obviously if people start selling, price goes down, and hopefully not below buy in. Yeah, memes is the wild west. Meme coins, you look at Melania, look at the Trump coin, you look at, they're now talking about Kanye selling, releasing his own meme coin, but supposedly Kanye doesn't actually own his X handle anymore. Apparently he sold it for $17 million, if you believe what you hear. So there's a lot of shady business going on in meme coins. So meme coins is a dangerous area to get into, but there's a lot of interest. That's why I like Memdex, because of the utility. I'll let you guys look into it, but MEMDEX, have a look into it. The utility for Memdex is quite interesting for the meme coin industry. What have we got? Despite trading for a while, I still can't get my head around how much of an effect people having to cause price to move. I guess you're reverting to meme coins, and if that's the case, yeah, I mean you're talking about much lower pools of liquidity. So one person that holds a few $1,000s worth of a token that's worth less than a cent per token, then that's gonna ripple things. Hammond's saying Pepe. Yeah, I can open up Pepe if you want.
Yeah, I made probably my most in Pepe off a meme coin. That was when it first started. I kind of fumbled the bag as well because I sold very early. I should have, in hindsight, the only reason why I sold was because of the amount of money, and at the time, I literally just broke my motorbike, and I was like, that's a new motorbike right there. So
Yeah.
that's all I looked at it. And it's quite bad actually that I looked at it, I was like, motorbike. I should have held it and just been like, wow, this has the potential to be another Shiba. But I took it out and bought a motorbike.
Yeah, exactly. Look at Pepe. Basically come back to previous lows. I remember we talked about this a while ago, and it had a massive pump in November, and then it's just slowly trickled back down, and it's now sitting below the 200 EMA. So be interesting to see, is it just going to accumulate for a while and then maybe shoot on up again? We'll see. Let's see. Chubby Al, hey, I need your guys' opinion. If every day I only take one trade, that's it, then the risk is only 1%. Is it too much? That's you probably need a bit more information than that, Chubby Al, in terms of what are you trading. First of all, are you trading your personal account? Are you trading a funded account, a challenge account? And also, what's your targets? So probably need a bit more information on what you're asking there. But yeah, I wouldn't say it's that much. Alex usually trades around about 1% risk on his trades.
1.5%.
Yeah. So one trade a day, if you're genuinely taking just one trade a day and you're able to look at your stats and look at your trade results, and you've got a decent win rate, then 1% per day is decent. But it also depends on what's your risk to reward. So if you're looking at a 1-to-1, then you've got a good win rate, and that's decent. If you've got a low win rate, then risking 1%, particularly on a prop firm, you're going to blow that account potentially within 5 days. So it's as William says, it depends on your profile of a trader, right? So it depends what kind of trader you are and what kind of what assets are you trading, when are you trading. There's so many different factors to consider. It's not as simple of, am I going to trade one a day and 1%. There's other things to consider with that. As Victor would say, data is your friend. Thank you from Morocco. Gold is bullish. Thank you, Mohammed. Scruffy Trader has presented an interesting system. I think he looks for small rewards, but he looks to build an account for the long term, like he has scalped for small rewards. Yeah, exactly. Scruffy or Gary is a big proponent of the compounding concept. So you trade at a certain level for a certain period of time, and you build it up. So you set yourself a risk amount, not as a percentage, but as a physical financial value. So I don't know if you've got, I can't remember the exact mathematics of what he does, but let's say you've got $100 account. He might say, right, you're going to risk 50 cents or 25 cents or whatever it is, and you're going to build that up until you get to a certain level of profit, and then you increase your risk. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, precisely. So he'll break it down, and so he'll set himself a target. So he would say, right, okay, if I want £400 a month, then let me break that down per day, and then go from there. Would low liquidity cause high volatility? Not necessarily, but low liquidity can. I mean, it depends what we're talking about here. If we're talking about Forex and things like that, then it's not going to create high volatility. It's just going to slow the market down. If you're talking about meme coins, then theoretically, yes, meme coins can plummet because there's low liquidity, because they just lose momentum. People just start slowly selling off, and you just haven't got the volume in meme coins like you do in Forex and the other asset classes. Go back to what we spoke about. Would you say? Yeah, it's about meme coins. Yeah, so low liquidity on meme coins can cause a lot of meme coins just to die a death very slowly. Not necessarily going to increase volatility, but it depends on how quickly it happens. People can just suddenly start selling off, and okay, no worries. Let's go have a look at the strength scores. I always like to look at these to see if there's any opportunities. Those of you who know me know I like to see if there's anything happening in terms of divergences. So at the moment, we've got the Aussie dollar and the Japanese yen at opposite ends, as well as the Aussie and the CHF. So it might be worth just having a look at the Aussie CHF, see if we've got anything moving. Have we got anything there? We've got that's not a bad opportunity. Would need to do a bit more of analysis on that one, whether we're going to see it
that's a really
this
nice
move.
trade. Yeah.
Potentially long still, because the Aussie dollar is showing strength, so looking to maybe jump in on that strength. The other one I was looking at was Aussie yen, looking similar. So those are ones that are worth thinking about. You've got such a big drop here that this one might be a nicer opportunity to get in on. Just looking at what would I get in on the 15-minute. I might even look to get in on that. I'm not trading at the moment, but I'd see what have we got down here. It's a big move. It's coming down. It's retesting the 200 EMA on the 1 minute. The only thing is these two crossing over right now. So it looks like that bullish momentum that it did have is weakening. So it might not stop where I said it would, or it may not. Let's see. It's still got a little bit of steam left in it. It's literally touched the 200 EMA, and now it's bouncing back up. On the 3-minute, less convincing. On the 5-minute, it looks pretty decent for buys. On the 7, looks very nice for buys, I would say, because we've crossed over the 200. But if you see that these two EMAs are pulling back up, so it could be a nice opportunity for buyers to get in. As I say, on the 15-minute, you've got a nice engulfing candle suggesting that price is ready to move on up. The only cautious thing is to watch out for this level here, where you've got liquidity, by my definition, of an inside bar, but certainly reacting as I would want it to, very nicely off the 200 EMA. So I'd wait until I see what I'd be looking for, because you've still got this area here on the lower time frame where price was previous resistance. So it's still got some resistance in there. As you can see, it's stalling and it's not necessarily breaking past it. Well, it is now. So yeah, it's a very impulsive move. And because we're talking about Asia pairs, and obviously Asia is now essentially closed, we'd need to be careful in terms of whether we're going to lose any momentum in this. If we talk about the ATR, let's have a look. Yeah, see, it's the ATR is just falling off. It's getting smaller and smaller. If we take it to the 1 hour, what's the ATR looking like? Yeah, I mean, it's not bad, but it's not, you're really only looking at a small range, so it might not be worth actually jumping in on that necessarily. You can see there it's already dropped off. Pound yen, though, looks potentially interesting. So let's have a look at pound
I'm
yen.
staying away from yen pairs after, I don't like they're quite tricky. They are quite tricky, I feel.
Understatement, I would say. There's definitely an understatement. Yeah, don't like the look of this one because it's broken this low, I think, on this engulfing. Or has it created an equal low? Let's have a look. Yeah, it's broken it. So for now, it looks like it's going to go short for a little while. So, but could still be a nice opportunity for buys, just purely because you've got a really big imbalance here. The only trouble is, where does it look like on the higher time frames? No, actually, I could see it potentially coming down. We've got this area here of interest, which looks quite strong. As you can see, it's wicked quite a few times, gone up. Let's take it to the 11 hour. Let's see what the 11 hour. Yeah, it looks like it might actually still go short for some time, because we've got some liquidity there on the 11 hour that more often than not gets taken. It doesn't get left for too long. If you look for any insight bars on the 11 hour, they're usually taken, if not immediately, certainly within a few candles of them being formed. So this one, I'd be expecting it to potentially come down. And if we look at the move, yeah, it's come to the 38.20, so it's already touched into that zone as well that I had marked out earlier. So it looks like an area that I would say is probably, this was an area that I'd marked out previously. It's not had a reaction, and now it's created that reaction. So I'd be saying looking for shorts on GJ at the moment, at least down to maybe this area here. Yeah, I'd say that's you just need to, that's the only thing, is it's all clustered together on the 5 minute. So that's the only thing I'd be wary of. Lawrence says, I'm bearish GJ to take out the swing low at 187.
Where is everybody seeing these moves? I literally can't see anything that is even enticing at the moment. Like, it's mate, we should go into something. We need something faster.
We need something faster. Gold. There you go. Gold has broken the previous highs.
Yeah, you reckon you got the? I personally haven't got the stones or the edge right now to be shorting this.
What, gold?
Yeah.
No, I wouldn't be shorting gold. I would not short gold right now. There's no, look at that on the 22 minute and the 30 minute. I'd be looking for longs on gold if I was getting in on gold. There's very little liquidity. Very little liquidity being left down below. And if we go through the time frames, yeah, there's no trail being left behind. Every possible liquidity is being taken. You look at the 5 hour. The 5 hours forming an engulfing bullish candle at the moment. The 7 hours created one big one, although it was a slight indecision candle, in fairness. 8 hour was an engulfing one and took out all of these in terms of the price action, in terms of those bodies. 9 hour looks nice. 11 hour looks really nice. 12 hour looks nice. So I would be saying we are going for longs on gold. From where? My first area would be this one. That'd be my first zone. I'd be considering buys, but this is a weak low here because it's got no wick, I don't think. No, it has. That has got a wick. It's just we can't see it. It's a very small one. So that would be a nice area potentially. Let's see what other happenings do we have in there. Yeah, that looks like a nice area actually. Price comes down to there. It could be an interesting one to get in on. We've got this candle here as well, where it tried to push down but it got broken. So this would be a nice area to potentially look for buys. Let's see on the 7 or the 11 if they show us anything interesting. Yeah, so I'd maybe drill that down to that zone there. But it might be a nice one to look at. And we've got this engulfing candle here. So yeah, that'd be where I'm looking for price to come down, take that inside bar on the 1 minute as high liquidity, because you've also got another one that follows immediately afterwards. So I'll be looking for buys in this area here, I think. Thanks very much, Daniel. We've got Daniel in the house. Welcome, Daniel. No reason to go short. Yeah, exactly, James. Can't see any shorts at the moment. I can definitely see longs, but I want to see price come down and retest this area. That's what I'll be looking for. Let's have a look. What else are you guys trading at the moment? Let's go and have a look at something a bit more exciting. Euro USD looks quite long at the moment. Hasn't tested this yet. It's taken this high. Looks like it might come to this area here before it sells off, but you've still got liquidity further down. So bullish dollar. Dollar yen looks pretty bullish on the 1 minute. It's losing steam a little bit because it's arching, but yeah, that looks pretty bullish, I would say, especially after this move here. Those ones didn't happen. Price just fell through the floor last week and took all these liquidity levels first instead. So yeah, Monday, because there's no news, I'd be really careful today, guys, just because it's not clear where people are going to have their positions. You know,
it's just like it's lacking the luster, isn't it?
I mean, maybe when New York opens later, you might get something. You know, given the sell-off that happened on Friday, when New York opens, you know, you might get something nice on NAS. I mean, look at that from Friday. You know, NAS, you could easily be looking at some kind of, you know, buy opportunities potentially, where people are trying to, you know, rebalance their positions. But yeah, at the moment, it's slim pickings, I've got to say. Really slim pickings. On the 1 hour on the NAS, for example, you've got this inside bar here in a previous important zone. So I'd probably be looking for sells maybe from this area here. That might be a nice area to get in on sells.
What's up, guys?
Bossman is back. We're just complaining how slow the markets are, Jonathan.
Really? Did you see my gold trade? Wasn't really that slow, was it?
Painfully slow. Oh my God, it was like watching paint dry.
Look at that. That trade right there. Yeah, very happy with that one. So I'm going to see if I can calculate the... So let's see. How much did I actually make on that one?
Looking at gold right now, I could see it coming up to here, down, and then up.
Yeah.
Doing something like this. That's what I'll be looking at for gold on the 1 minute right now. I can see it coming down, testing this area here. Come back down, take these liquidity levels, and then push on up. That's my my estimation anyway.
Yeah, because so the trade was based on the fact that we hit that level right there, the middle of the range, and now we're obviously hitting that resistance area up here. So I'm thinking this might be the real range high, and then this is the fake out. Look at the one, or this might be the fake out. So yeah, I think I wouldn't really want to short it because overall gold just seems very bullish, but I mean, trading within the range, it would make sense to short resistance. And if you're looking at this local trend, we could do something like this, where kind of breaking down. So if I'd have something like that, or perhaps a short here. But there's just so much bullish momentum in gold. I'm not sure I would want to short it.
Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't feel like there's enough sellers in the market right now. But then again, it depends what happens when New York opens. I think we'll probably see a bit more momentum come in when our American friends join the party.
Yeah, speaking of American friends, we do have Deanna coming on in about 30 minutes or so.
Nice. Aussie dollar, Japanese yen is making actually a move more than I thought it would. It's reacted off that area that I thought it would. So mark this out earlier. So it pushed past this area, and now it's going for long, but it's bounced off this one now. So now might be a decent opportunity for more sells on that. But it hasn't broken this one, so actually it might be the buyer's opportunity already. I'd probably want to see us come and retest this and see if we're going to take this level or not. On the 5 minute to see maybe a buy opportunity. Feels like it's probably gone away from me at the moment, but that's a nice setup there, where we've left this candle here, got an engulfing to the upside, another one attempted engulfing to the upside, we've pushed on up, so that feels like a nice setup at the moment.
Yeah, I like that.
Same on the 7 minute is a really nice setup there, so you see that one there. We've had the engulfing candle retested and price is pushed up, so longs on Aussie yen look decent, especially when it's crossing over that 200 EMA, and these two are starting to show bullish momentum as well. Looks like a nice opportunity. What is happening? Johnny's back. The Christian girl is pleased to see you, Jonathan. You think there are big players still holding gold, or sometimes it can be issues with the USD?
Aren't they just saying now that apparently people they've miscalculated how much gold that there actually is? Yeah.
There's a lot of rumors swirling around that like the Australian reserve, some of their gold is like fake gold. It doesn't exist in the Bank of England vaults. They're talking about doing a live stream of Fort Knox to check whether there's actual gold in there or not.
Wow.
Apparently Elon Musk and Donald Trump want to go and do a live stream of going to check Fort Knox. Their words are,
I love how
people's gold, it belongs to the Americans, so they want to show the Americans what's in Fort Knox.
Well, you know what? We should definitely call him up and say, like, we got everything set up here for live stream. So we're seasoned gold traders. We'll come with you to Fort Knox. Maybe we can trade gold spot.
Yeah, exactly. Someone tells me that there may be some ripples if they do that, but we'll see.
So if there's
good to see you, mate.
So if there's not a lot of gold in the reserves, what does that mean?
Then,
like, politically, that's a catastrophe, right? But what does it mean in terms of the price of gold?
Financially, it should mean that therefore there's less supply than we thought there was. So then we're going more bullish. Theoretically, at least that's my understanding of it. So
I think it would be more of a political problem than an actual problem for gold traders,
Yeah. Chubby, the win rate is 1-1.
Chubby, good name.
Win rate. Okay, but what's your win percentage, Chubby Al? I'd I wouldn't be necessarily going 1% on those, but that's just my own personal risk appetite. I'll probably be going half
Should absolutely not risk 1%. Like that is way too high to risk 1%. I mean,
unless you're Alex.
But I mean, he's not going to risk 1% when he's like in deep drawdown, you know.
Alex, do you want to counter on that?
What's that?
Are you going to risk 1% if you're in deep drawdown?
Which answer from which Alex do you want?
The professional trader, you know, the pro trader we talked about earlier.
Okay, the pro trader. If
with the 5ers representative rather than the ABL representative.
If this is on a personal account and you're in drawdown and you're going for a string of losses right now, then definitely lower your risk, get your confidence back, get into a swing of things, and then once you start, you know, getting in, you're seeing price properly and you're back in the swing, then put your risk a little bit higher risk. If you're in a prop firm account right now, then you can do the same thing. But if you're not in that position, you just had a bad few trades, then just keep, and you're not like lost any confidence or anything like that. It's just, you know, you have those losing streaks like everybody, then just keep the same risk. Keep the same risk and just trade, you know, because
no. I think that's terrible advice. I honestly,
my advice. If you want to give him your advice, give him your advice afterwards. You know,
all right, children. All right.
Just for the pure fact that if you've just lost a few trades, then now you're in drawdown and you're gonna then halve your risk. Then it's gonna take so much longer for you just to get back to break even. As long as you're in the right mind and you're confident in the way that you're executing, then there's no issues there for you to be lowering your risk, unless
really
it's mentally affecting you, and then you lower your risk just to get yourself back on the horse a little bit.
I think what you have to do is you have to look at what your drawdown is, what your max drawdown of your system is, and then you have to assume that your max drawdown in real trading is going to be higher than what you have in back testing. So let's say that you've had, you know, you back tested let's say 5 years or 10 years worth of data, and you know that your max drawdown is 10R. Okay, so you then assume that your max drawdown is not 10R, it's actually 20. So what I would do is I would take the available drawdown, divide that by 20, and that's your risk per trade. Because we don't know when that drawdown is going to come. It's you can start that drawdown tomorrow or 6 months or in 2 years. But the goal is to not lose the account, right? And if you have a max loss of 6% on the hypergrowth program, you risk 1% per trade, and you only need a 6R drawdown to lose the account. And to me, saying, you know, okay, should I risk 1% of my account per trade? It's a very simplistic way of looking at risk management, because trading and capital management and risk management is much more advanced than he's putting a simple percentage number on it and saying, okay, I'm just going to risk 1% no matter what, and I'm going to continue doing that in the drawdown. That's in reality, that's not going to work. I think you need to look at what's your available drawdown, what's your max drawdown of your system, divide your max drawdown of the system with your available capital, and make sure that you never lose the account. I think there's two different mentalities here. Either you view your funded account as something that can be lost and then gained again, but I feel like that's kind of like you're almost gaming the prop firm industry if you're playing that game. I don't think it's long-term sustainable to do that. What I would do instead is make sure that you never lose that funded account. And instead of
it's not funded though. This is a valuation we're talking about, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay. So there's definitely different strategies to use. If you view that valuation account as a tuition fee to school or whatever, then you can basically say, okay, I'm okay with losing this account X number of times before I get funded, and then you can calculate the risk that way. But if you're going to risk 1% of your account, make sure that you're at least creating a buffer on the account before you start increasing that risk. I would say start small, risk a if you're thinking in terms of percentage, risk 0.12% on the first trades, and then 0.25 when you're in some profits, you can start increasing that to 0.5 or maybe even 1%. But start small. I think one of the reasons why a lot of people fail challenges, because what we do see is that a lot of people, they get funded, they get one payout, and then they lose the account, or they get funded and they never get a payout and they lose the account. That's
why I'm saying there's a very big difference. There's a very big difference when you're doing, in my opinion, when you're doing the evaluation and then when you get funded.
Yeah,
there is a big difference. I really do feel like sometimes when you're in a lot of drawdown, I really do respect when people really take their time when they're in the drawdown and they're in the evaluation and they're slowly picking it. And I know some people that have been doing them for a very, very long time. I admire it. Seriously. I couldn't do it myself. The reason being is because it's just, you're there to do the evaluation. Sometimes it's a test at the end of the day. You're supposed to push yourself as well. If you're not ready for the test, then there's different types of accounts to get you ready for the test. But when you're in the test, it's go time. It means you look for your specific way of trading and it's go. You put on the risk, and if you win, you win, and if not, you don't. And it's basically go time. That's all I'm saying. So if you're that close to the drawdown and the max drawdown, then it's probably going to be better and easier for you to just get a new account and just start afresh on that new account. As long as you're not in this emotional wave of buy an account, blowing it, buy an account, blowing it, buy an account, blowing it, and you're not making any money out of it. That's different. You've got to be learning and trying to get better. But again, you've got to look at these as tests, because that's what they are. Would you say the boot camp is a ticket to progress? I've only had the boot camp is a fantastic account to really lock in and get good at passing evaluations. The amount of traders that I know started off on the boot camp, trained themselves on the boot camp, and then went on to something like the hyper growth program, and like that, passed it in one go. It's all about
exactly, because if you can pass the bootcamp challenge, you can pass most challenges out there. And when we talk about challenges, definitely if you're just a couple of trades from that stop out, and you have the money to buy another account, then it's going to be because time is money, right? You're gonna spend the next 2 or 3 months getting back to break even, and then one or 2 months extra to get the target. I mean, why not just get a new account? Of course, it depends on what account you have. If it's the most expensive hypergrowth program, maybe you don't want to just throw that away. But still, the bootcamp definitely. And we had a question on what account to get. This one right here. It depends on your trading style. I would say that the leverage. I mean, you saw me and Victor. We had a trading challenge, and we traded gold under 1 minute using a bootcamp account with 10x leverage. So and that was all we needed. We only needed 10 times leverage to make good trades on the 1 minute on gold, risking like $100 per trade. It's just it's you don't need high leverage. But if you really want to max out your leverage and risk, then it's the high stakes program that you want to go with.
High stakes, definitely. So I'll get back to this chubby out because this is a couple of good points. High stakes account are good, amazing for intraday trader. If you're an intraday trader, and high stakes is the way to go. Hyper growth, if it's difficult because obviously
hypergrowth is for a swing trader for sure. If you're a swing trader, then
hypergrowth is a difficult one, because if you're a swing trader, though, you have got that rule where if the equity comes down and you're holding, and then it comes down, then you can put your account on pause, and it closes the position. So probably the opposite way around, actually.
Yeah, but you have to you have to take that into account also as a swing trader. But yeah, it's I know what you mean.
With regards of the growth though, there's nothing in this industry like the hypergrowth.
No, you double your account at every 10%. It's amazing.
That's ridiculous. Like that's absolutely ridiculous. And I've seen trader in 2 weeks go from, I think it was what, a 60k account all the way to 640k. It's on my Twitter. I talk about this story all the time. Let me have a look what it is.
And
I did like a little bit of a case study of it because it was just absolutely crazy. In 2 weeks, he got
yeah, but he also blew the account.
No, he blew it straight afterwards, and that's what I'm going to talk about. It's like how the problem is when you are scaling up that fast, and that's one of the rules. That's one of the reasons why one of the rules came in, that if we see traders that are going full in like full clip in every single trade, we're going to monitor their, we're going to put the risk limitations up, because that exact person, after that we said we can't have a trader going from the smallest account to the biggest account in 2 weeks and then blowing everything. He didn't even take a payout, and he was one of the main reasons why those things actually came into place.
Well, I'm on the hypergrowth program as a swing trader, and I quite like it. It's just you just have to adapt your risk to make sure that your open positions isn't triggering the daily pause. So as a swing trader, you can't really risk huge amounts because then it will trigger that daily pause.
I'm gonna send this in the. Yeah. How do I? Okay, God. Okay, I'm gonna copy this, and just for you guys to actually see, I'm gonna post it here.
William, the platform that the 5ers use is MT5. So you would trade with the MT5 platform. There isn't a 5ers trading platform at the moment. So you'd be trading on MT5, but it's on the 5ers server. Alex, I'm not even sure what rule he's referring to now, but M76 is asking if
he's talking. Is that for all programs, Alex? No, I think he's talking about the scaling.
Okay.
No, the scaling isn't like that on all the programs. I've literally just put, where have I put? That's funny. Why isn't it not coming? I've just put the link in here and it's not coming up.
Yeah, you can't post links. Nobody can post URLs except me.
Yo, it's a Gestapo. Oh, okay.
You can send it to me. Send it to you and I'll post it.
Nobody said this was democracy, Alex.
Dictator, Mr. Dictator. This looks like a nice trade though. Fair play. Who's caught this?
Yeah, this is mine. Nice reaction off this zone. So just waiting for some liquidity to come in and move price further down. I reckon it will come down to test this area here. So that's why I'm looking at that at the moment. I love it. I mean, we can stick it there on the screen, but nobody's going to be able to copy that. As long as it's in the chat, then that's fine.
It's in the chat.
Nobody's going to sit there and
I tried.
No, you have to type that in character by character. I'm sorry, that's the way you do it. No, but I'm just showing that it's actually in the chat.
Let's go back to Chubby
No,
Alex.
with this one.
Sorry.
And you're all about if people go all in one trade. Not straight away, but let's say if you are on the high stakes and you have passed, you're new to the 5ers, you've passed within a couple of days using massive amounts of risk, and there's no data on what you are like as a trader, then that's not really enough data for us to say, okay, this trader is actually good enough now for us to actually take him and put him out to the market. It's not enough data. So then we'd have to say, okay, you'd go on to a reduced risk, a maximum of 1% risk on the funded account, which is more than enough, trust me. And it's actually better for you, because if you keep risking your 3%, 4% per trade like you did on the evaluation, so anyway, then that would happen, but it's only temporarily. Once you can pull up a little bit more of a sample, then a sample of your trading, and then that's totally fine. It's removed. But yeah, the majority of people don't even have that issue, but there are definitely some people that need it.
But there's a lot of people that have had it, and then they turn around and say that their trading is so much better after having it. We've had loads of people in the Discord jumping in and saying, oh, you know, they were really annoyed at the restrictions, or they see it as restrictions, and then all of a sudden, you know, a month or two later they come back. I saw one guy recently said he'd had like 3 payouts since having the restrictions and the limitations put on his risk.
As traders, or as people, we don't like other people telling us what to do. And that's the thing is with trading, it's like we have free reign to do what we want. If we want to, you know, we have that creativity that we can literally do. We can trade the way we want. And then you go to a firm, and then suddenly you've got all of these different things that you've got to be. But actually, when you think about it, it's actually much better, because it gives you a guideline of how you should be trading, really. But majority of us, including myself, also have lapses in our judgment, and also overtrade, and these are things, you know, over risking. These are super things that are super normal. So when we have these things put in place, just got to be able to be like, you know what, fine, it's actually a good thing that these have been put in place. This is a nice trade to the 200 EMA. Lovely trade.
That's the only thing I didn't want to see, was that reaction there.
No, that's good. That's fine. Where's my mouse? Let's have a look at gold. You've enticed me. Gold.
Victor is... Jonathan, you're muted.
Yeah, okay, I was just asking, where's Victor?
Where's Victor?
Is... He's doing me a favor.
Victor's sold his soul to Alex.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what happened.
Wow, Jonathan also sold his soul, but it doesn't mean he doesn't. Shall I get Jonathan to do it?
Victor had the.
I've been waiting for Jonathan to do his course for too long.
I'm working on it, man. It's coming.
Good things come to those that wait.
Jonathan, this I think is a question for you from Chubby Owl about back testing.
Every time I hear you say Chubby Owl, and I think you're talking to me.
Owl.
Chubby Owl.
Chubby Owl.
That's your personal like projection right there. That's
yeah, man.
Okay, so where's the question? Okay, so 5 to 10 years of back testing, that's a lot. If I only take 1 year's back testing data, is it enough? No, I don't think 1 year is enough, because what happened during that 1 year might mean that the market is in one certain condition. You have to have a sample size of so let's say, of course, it depends on how you're trading, right? But if you're an intraday trader, you might want to look at EURUSD, for example. So let's say you're going to be looking for back testing data on EURUSD, and you think that, okay, so if I backtest 1 year worth of data, that's going to be maybe 400 or 500 trades if you're an intraday trader, and that's going to be quite a lot, right? But then you can split that up in different scenarios. You might want to be testing what happened on EURUSD in 2015, 2020, 2023, during COVID, during some crashes, like spread it out during different market conditions. But as a swing trader, if I would be testing EURUSD on the yearly, I would get a couple of trades in a year, which means not a lot of data. So for me, I go back, like I backtest all of my 40 different pairs, and I backtest them like 10, 15 years. And I get maybe 300 or 400 trades. It's going to take me a couple of weeks, but I have that when I have the data, Now I know exactly what I can expect from my system. So when you say like, that's a lot of data, but if you want to become a consistently profitable trader, then you have to do the work, and the work means it's hard work. It's a lot of hours looking at data, gathering that data. If you have a specific system, you want to make sure that you've tested that system in all ways possible for you to have that confidence. It's one of the reasons why a lot of people fail in trading is they don't take it seriously. And I think that's one of the reason people fail to have that confidence in their system. They don't have the data to back that up. I've been backtesting for years. I whenever I have time, I backtest my trade ideas, and I try new things every month. I try new things, and I try to get data on and statistics on these things, because if you're not looking for that edge, you're never going to find it.
100%. And do you know what? It's interesting you say that about Jonathan, about people necessarily not taking seriously their trading, and I think generally the prop firm industry as a wider industry kind of almost gamifies that, and then we were talking earlier about those limitations on risk in the high stakes or something like that. That's where personally I feel the 5ers makes a significant difference, in that they don't want you to gamify it. They don't want you to go and blow account after account after account. They genuinely want successful and profitable traders. But as you say, if you take it seriously, then you can be really profitable, and you can achieve great success. If you just treat it as something that you just want to quickly go away and do it and then make some money, I know from personal experience that it's not that easy.
Definitely. We have a question here: how to backtest. There's different ways to backtest. We use FX Replay a lot. I don't know do we have a discount code for FX Replay?
We do have discount code. If you go into the Discord, it is there.
All right. So you need to have an account with the 5ers, a valuation account. So you need to get into the 5ers discount, and you'll find the discount code. Did I say get into the 5ers discount? I think I said the 5ers Discord, and inside the Discord, you'll find a discount code for FX Replay. That's one way to do it. Another way to do it is to do it manually. And you can go to YouTube, you can Google the 5ers backtesting, and you're going to find a live stream where I went through manual testing a strategy using a backtesting template. That's the way I do it. If I'm trading discretionary, then I'm using FX Replay. But if I'm using a proprietary indicator that's not available on FX Replay, then I do it manually.
Mindset matters. One, I agree, definitely. Two, the spreads on the 5ers. Jonathan, pull up your 5ers accounts and just show them the spreads. The spreads are absolutely ridiculous. You will not find any spreads like that in the rest of the industry. Everything is on majors is 0, first of all, and the commissions is 4 lot round trip. So
AD USD 0, EURUSD 0, GBP USD 0, USD JPY is 0, USD CAD is 2, USD CHF is 2. And
do me a favor, click on that. Yeah, go. Yeah, there you go. You can see it. Oh.
Yeah. So the spread is the best it can get. Basically, you're not going to find better spreads than we have at the 5ers. I trade on my personal account. I trade on Oanda. Many times I've seen my positions getting taken out on Oanda, but it stays in with the 5ers. And I also have account with other in other places, right? And I almost always get stopped out on volatility there, but never on the 5ers.
It's not just that as well. Think of how many positions that you want to get in. Let's say for me, if I want to get in at the 50 fib, every time I try and get in at the 50 fib, it's like 3 pips above. Think of how much spread across the year, how much you're actually paying. Ridiculous. It's ridiculous. So, yeah.
So, Daniel says something interesting here as well. He says that nothing beats forward testing at forward trading. So basically, what you have when you develop a system, you first have developed something based on back testing, and then when you have the data on back testing, and I know you're a very experienced trader, so I'm not gonna what you're doing is most likely very good, works very well for you. But the idea of creating a system, it needs to be based on something, and I believe the best thing to have in that case is to have that system based on back-tested data, and then confirm the back-tested data with forward testing data. And if the two aligns, you know that you have something that might work. But then you have to have quite a lot of forward testing data to actually confirm the robustness of that system. And then also, I mean, things like COVID can happen. I think we can enter scenarios and market conditions that are just completely new, things that we haven't seen in a long time. So maybe your USD or gold is changing the overall dynamic of its market structure. So something that you've tested for the last 10 years is not working well today. So we can look at something like the credit cycle. The credit cycle is usually lasts for 5 to 10 years. And I believe we're currently at the end of a current credit cycle. And when it's time to enter a new credit cycle, we might have a slight change in the market dynamics and market structure for certain Forex pairs. So we need to be adaptable, and that's where forward testing comes in.
I'm long gold.
Long gold, really? Wow. That's ballsy.
Yeah. I can see why though.
Yeah, 2945 stop. Take profit is just above the highs. For a break, retest, continuation trade. There's no news out today as well, so that's probably the reasons why markets are just a little bit rangy.
Yeah.
I'm still playing with the idea to get into stocks, man. Crypto's kind of killed me this cycle. It's like broken me. It's like taking all the. It's like really taking the love out of crypto. It's my own fault though. It was my own fault because even on my spot positions, I don't have stops. So riding positions up 150% and then riding them all the way back down to break even, that's super annoying. And
but you know what's interesting? Look at Bitcoin. Like Bitcoin is
still in a accumulation rate.
Yeah, and I don't know if you've discussed that previously, but Bybit there was a hack on Bybit. 1.4 billion USD got stolen in Ethereum by the Lazarus Group. It's interesting enough, it's a state-sponsored
North Koreans.
North Koreans. Like North Koreans who stole 1.4 billion worth of Ethereum from a crypto exchange. Anyway, like I think Ben from Bybit handled that situation absolutely fantastically. Like he went on a live stream and like completely calm. Like, yeah, we lost 1.4 billion, like the biggest hack in crypto history, and also arguably the biggest hack in the history of the financial industry. I don't think I've ever seen something as big as that.
Really?
But anyway, no, I think 1.4 billion US dollars. That's quite big. Definitely
Oh,
more than
yeah,
I have in a
cool.
bank account, you know?
Oh yeah, man. Just give me 1/10 of that, you know. Sticking
Yeah.
up pina coladas in the Bahamas.
Yeah.
Watch Alex go full margin on it.
But what I'm saying is, you know, Bybit got hacked. We lost a big fortune of Uncle Jonathan. Uncle Jonathan. Pineapple, I like you.
UJ.
I like that. Anyway, so, and what happened with Bitcoin? Nothing. Like literally nothing happened with Bitcoin. This is incredible strength right here.
But
But
same with ETH even.
Yeah.
Even if you check ETH, you know, the drop in ETH,
Yeah.
there was a big drop, but it just kept within, you know, the range that it was in before.
Yeah.
There was nothing there.
Now we can compare this to FTX, right? We can go back to when we had the FTX, but that was here, you know. But that was also in the bull market, you know. I believe this was FTX right here. But that was in the bear market, and then we had, and the thing is with FTX, we had the Luna crash right before, so that was the Luna crash, and then right after the Luna crash, we had FTX in. But that was in a bear market, right? But I think this just shows.
But then do you know what though? I wasn't happy with that, but I was happy that we were coming down into some areas where you were like, these are the best buying opportunities ever.
Yeah.
You know, back in October of 2023, wasn't it? That's when I started accumulating Solana, and I started accumulating all of these other coins. And I was like, this is just great place to be buying.
What the
Now
hell
we've
is
pushed
this? This is
We've pushed up so
Solana
much,
shit.
and then it's like, ugh, it's like
Wow, what is going on there?
This
that's
right
a
here
great
is a
continuation of
yeah. Yeah, this is
alts
this
are
is
getting
definitely-
destroyed. Yeah, alts are getting absolutely destroyed.
All right, Daniel. Take care,
Cheers, Daniel.
and looking forward to those videos of yours. Alex, how long are you going to stay on?
That is probably till in the next 3 minutes. The gold doesn't look like it is going to push up. It feels like it's going to come down to my stop loss. And if it does, that will be me done for today, because I haven't got the momentum is just not here for me. It's just not here.
You were going to come in at the last hour, right?
Yes.
Good, because I need to record those videos.
Yeah. Yeah. He says that he's there sitting with his legs up, you know, reading the paper with a cigar, and he's like, oh yeah, them videos for Alex.
He'll just do it with his phone, like, hey,
Yeah. Oh god, them retest continuations. Gosh, I love them.
Look at this though. Look at Sol.
I'm getting
It's
taken
in
out.
it's in the reload zone right here. I think it looks rather interesting. But yeah, like all coins are complicated. They really are. And then you look at okay, gold. Let's take a look. So we're talking about going
Gold.
long on gold, are we?
yeah.
Well, I'm
Nice
already long
opportunity
in
now.
gold.
Okay, so we have Deanna coming on in just a little while. I think you guys. Oh, this is a good question. Before we go into that, let's talk about this one. Do you guys prefer technical analysis or fundamental analysis to trade forex? So I think, you know, I think that fundamental analysis is based on what it comes down to. It depends on what you like doing, right? So if you like doing research on economical report, looking at numbers from CPI, NFP, and that sort of things, listening to statements from the ECB and the Fed, and kind of trying to understand what they're doing and what they want to do and what they're expecting to do and what the health of the economy is doing. If you like that sort of research, then you probably should focus on fundamental analysis, because you can definitely, you know, understand what the market is moving by that sort of news. I don't like doing that sort of research. I think it's incredibly boring listening to, speeches from the Fed or speeches from the ECB, or reading economical reports and things like that. I think it's insanely boring. But what I do like is the fact that everything that is known to investors at this current point, let's take a look at gold, for example.
Yeah,
the price that we're seeing right now.
Why is it getting super aggy?
It's the turn of the hour.
Right. So what I was
Gold
saying
doesn't
on
need much aggy.
yeah,
Thank God
they
for
don't really
that.
care what
Thank
I'm
God for the
saying. So
yeah,
I'm just
thank
gonna
God for
change
the hour. Oh yeah, baby.
Am I muted, or is it just
Nobody?
you guys?
Yeah, no. Is Jonathan talking because I can't hear him? What is going on? Oh,
Yeah, so what I'm trying to say is you focus on technical analysis.
That,
That's
look
what
at
I'm
that.
trying to say.
Oh yes, this is it.
Did you get taken out?
No, I did not.
Oh, nice. I closed in profit. So I closed
Good.
when we were down here. When I saw this candle,
Surprised after that candle, that's
that candle there was my confirmation that we
bigger
were
than that
going
is.
long.
Oh,
Yeah.
I told you, Mr. Alex. Yes, you did, my friend. Yes, you did. Don't know when you told me, but yes, you did.
Do we know how to use the Q&A function in YouTube? I'm gonna try it out.
Okay, guys. So for the FX replay, 30% discount for a monthly membership. It's in the community news on the Discord channel.
And it's on monthly subscriptions.
And it's on a monthly subscription. And you have a free trial for 7 days.
Okay, guys, I'm just trying out the Q&A thing on YouTube. So go in there and see if you can ask that. I'm gonna try to see how that works, if it's something we can implement into the live stream here.
I'm going to drop off, guys. It's been a
Yep.
pleasure as always. I'll speak to you later, and Jonathan, I'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, take care, man.
Jonathan, you're
So-
on your own now, are you?
Now Deanna's gonna come on in a minute.
Go on, then I'll wait for Deanna to come on for you.
Right.
I'm not leaving
Right, see
you.
you
I'll leave you.
Cheers,
Of
guys.
course not. All right. So what I want to do now is I want to select. I want to grab some question for Deanna. So we're gonna have Deanna on. She's a psychologist turned trader. So obviously she knows a thing or two when it comes to psychology and trading psychology. So make sure that you have all your questions ready, and you can start asking them in. You can just ask them right in the chat right now. Well, we'll save them, and we will go through all of those questions as soon as Deanna comes on. And we're also going to do some live trading with her as well. Of course, she has some very interesting way of using range candles, which is something that I've never really seen before, if I'm going to be
What's that?
honest.
I've
Yeah, I'm
been practicing with Renko.
Yeah.
Bars, yeah.
Range candles is interesting because
Yeah.
if you go to the 10 range here, which is okay, that's probably not.
I can see a break recess continuation off a 50 fib right there.
Okay, let's go to the 1,000 range then on gold. So
Are there any offers and coupon on high stakes? Nope.
nope.
They're already pretty cheap for what you get, to be honest. For that amount of leverage, and you gotta say, leverage, prop firm, it's leverage. At the end of the day, you gotta keep thinking it's leverage as well, because it is leverage. To buy that much for that amount. You're not gonna get cheap.
Right, guys, make sure in the comments any questions for Deanna. anything in terms of trading psychology, how to deal with losses, how to deal with winners, how to deal with drawdowns, anything like that, let me know in the comments. I will select the comments and I will bring them up as soon as Deanna comes on the live stream. Alex, when she gets on, you're going to be back in the last hour, right? Just making sure so that I don't...
Yes. Yep. Indeed.
Nice.
3:30. Does she be back here very soon, huh?
Who?
Diana.
Yeah, she should come in.
Check out Renko charts while you're on there.
Yep.
Renko.
Yeah, this looks good. I like this.
It's like it gives
So
super clean. It gives super clean levels. You can't, if you click that, then it gives super clean like trends and stuff. You don't see. It's not based obviously off a price. It's not based off time, so it'll only move if price moves a certain amount, which I quite like because I only care really about price. I don't really care about time.
That's exactly what range candles is, right? The range candle will only print a new candle if price moves a certain, certain ticks.
Yeah, same thing. Yeah, definitely.
I
quite like that. So I'm practicing playing around with it a little bit. Obviously, in my day, I've really got to do a little bit of practicing with it on low, just so I can get the eye for it as well. But the levels super clean, and the market structure really helps. It's really super clean. If you go on to break retests and things as well, super easy to do. I've had a couple of trades off them already, but again, that with the EMAs as well just work really nicely.
Yeah, I have no idea how to trade.
How do you see weakness and strength in the Renko? Well, you're looking at when it's green, obviously the price is going up, and when it's red, the price is going down. But the fact is that the levels, it's super easy to see levels on market structure. So if you go on, also let's say if you go on euro dollar, jump on a euro dollar chart. You got all of the what time frame is that? That's on a 4 hour. So it's lower time frame. Let's say a 5 minute. Now for me, that shows it holds good market structure, and you can really good with levels and stuff.
But look at the difference between the candlesticks and the Renko. Like, this is candlesticks, and this is Renko. It's like how would I be able to like make money on this? Because if I buy here on the candlestick chart and then I go to the Renko, it's like that level is here. Like how does that make sense? That makes no sense at all.
Because that's when price. It's not looking at time, isn't it? So it's just when the price goes. These bars, it doesn't. Let's say it could go up like a range of 5 pips. It could be 5 pips in 10 years. It would only, if it goes 5 pips in 10 years, there's 1 bar's 10 years. If it goes 5 pips in a second, well, so there's no time in it. So it doesn't. Gotta practice with it anyway. Way I explain.
It sounds like we're trying to explain something very advanced that we have no idea about.
When it price goes up, gotta buy. You see that? And when it goes down.
Yes. So to summarize it, prices go up, we buy. That's it.
When prices go down, we buy. When prices go up, we sell.
Yeah. All right, Deanna, I'm gonna add you. Let me know if that's all right.
We share on our account.
All right. Welcome, Deanna. How's it going?
Good morning. How are you?
I am good. Nice to have you here.
Good to see you both.
Yeah, he is left. So now it's just you and me. We're going through. I actually talked just now about you using those range bars, and I quite find it quite fascinating, actually. But this is not ranges. That one is.
I'm trying to
Right.
bring up the Renko. I saw you looking at that, and I think you're right. It is, especially when I switch to range bar charts, it messes with your eyes a little bit
Yeah.
because you're used to seeing price. But what you can do is use it as a signal instead of actually, being about the price. So, for example, if you're looking at the Renko and it's showing a strong move upward, even though that's not the same as the price, it gives you an idea of what the trend is or what the trend has been.
Yeah, so maybe what you can do is you can look at both, right? You can kind of
Right.
use the Renko chart as some type of confirmation of strength or weakness or momentum.
That's what
But
I would do.
Yeah, and that's how you use the range candles, right?
Exactly. I look at both of them.
All right, guys, in the comments in the chat, let me know if you want maybe Deanna to kind of show how she's using those range candles. I would love to see. Actually, you know what? Can you just pull up your screen and then we'll take a look at that, because I would love to take a look at that. We got the MS76 here saying, so how do people use Renko? Well, I think pinned it in chat. I don't know where it came from. Probably somewhere not. I don't think it came from the Western world of technical analysis though, and candlesticks didn't either. So I think a lot of this technical analysis when it comes to candles does come from like eastern parts of the world when it comes to technical analysis. But yeah, I think the way you want to use Renko is kind of look at it from a confirmation point of view.
That makes sense to me. Yeah, I think somebody else said in the chat that they use Renko combined with range bar chart. So that's interesting because that still is you're kind of having to adjust your eyes a little bit.
Yeah.
Heikinashi candles are another one that I really like as well. Somebody mentioned that. All right. So
Heikinashi candles makes more sense though, because it's much more, it resembles the candlesticks much more. So I think it's easier to look at. But yeah, I definitely would want to do some more research because the chart just looks so beautiful in a way. It's just
it really helps clarify what's going on. But
yeah.
if I were to use it, let me see if I can share my chart with you. Just like you said, I would use it. Let me make sure I'm on the right one. I would use it like this. I would have price and the Renko together. So if you use TradingView, you could do it like this, where you have one on top of the other. Actually, this is the range bar chart. So, oh no, that's 4 hour. So here's a 15-minute chart. You can see it gives you a really nice idea here. Okay, price is going up. So it's nice and smooth. Here's some chop. And then overnight, we had really nice down move. So I think it's helpful to combine the Renko or Heikinashi or any of those with price. So let me put it back.
Yeah, it is quite interesting to see to have them overlaid and have them confirm each other basically.
Yeah. All right. So what have you been up to this morning?
Well, I've been trading gold. We had a couple of good trades in on gold. I'm currently in a long on EU on the
okay.
On the lower time frames, but that's not looking good, not looking great. Gonna keep that open, see if we have any development on that. That's gonna be, let's see. So this this Y chart that you have up now, this is to So you're using both right, and trying to find confirmation between both.
Right. This is just, regular price action, just a little easier for me still to, even though I use range bar charts every single day, it's just a little bit easier to see price for what it's a little clearer, I think, on the range bar charts, but it's still, like you said, price is still price, and it makes a difference. If you're looking at the range bar chart and it's telling you price is somewhere, I don't know, it's still taking my eyes some time to adjust and to get used to it. And so I still like to look at both. And I don't think I can show you both, or at least I don't have both set up, but I think it makes it a lot easier to kind of see what has happened with price. So let's look at gold. I've been trading gold too, because the NASDAQ I've traded exclusively for a long time, but boy, it's been just brutal lately. Have you been trading the indices last week and the week before?
No, not a lot, but there has been, of course, I'm looking at them, and yeah, there's been a lot of volatility, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's been really tough. We went from a period, it seems like, where price was going really far. So you could take really large R multiples and it was almost like easy, because it just priced whatever direction it was moving, long or short, it just kept moving. And then it seemed like in February, without any notice, the indices just decided, okay, we're not doing that anymore. We're going to still move a bunch, but it's like up a little, down a little, up, and so you really had to be quick to lock in profit. And I wasn't. So I switched to gold just because I was getting chopped up, it seems like, in the NASDAQ.
Yeah, all of 2024 has been very directional on the indices, and now we're definitely seeing it becoming a more condensed range the more we 2025, it seems like it's been very choppy. And then you have gold. It's just running and running and running. It's just crazy.
Yeah. All-time highs, and that just powered through and kept on moving.
Yeah, exactly. And every time you think, every time you say like, okay, gold has probably reached a high here. It's, it's maybe time to short. It can't go higher. And then, of course, he just keeps running. So it's definitely an interesting time to be a gold trader. But it's difficult. I mean, I think gold is quite difficult to trade as well. There's just so much volatility going on.
Yeah, absolutely. And I have come to find that the best way to do gold, NASDAQ, any of these, is to be more systematic. You don't have to be fully systematic. You can still use discretion. But the more systematic I am, the easier time I have with feeling confident in decisions and just being able to hang on a little bit more. Although, again, the moves haven't been as long. So
are you applying the same type of analysis on gold? So you're exactly the same things you're looking at?
Yeah. Basically, just looking for a momentum move that I can just take a little entry and catch the quick move, the quick momentum as it pops higher or lower. So before, what did I say? November to end of January, I was going for fairly large moves because the market was so directional that it was pretty easy to get, big ranges, capture big ranges. That hasn't been the case so much lately. So I've really been doing more shorter captures, or at least trying to. I still have my brain kind of stuck in what I was doing before because it works so well. But yes, as far as entry, it's very similar. Just looking for these quick moves in order to catch that momentum and then hop out.
So what are you looking at in terms of gold right now? Do you see any signs of potential momentum coming in either direction?
Yeah, so the momentum has been pretty strong. Let me look at, okay, here. The momentum has been pretty strong. We have this massive pullback right now, but it has been pretty strong starting since about, I guess, 1 a.m. It looks like 1 a.m. or so it started to move higher. And it's kind of been back and forth, but then we saw another kind of pop higher around 6:30. So for me, I'm waiting till around, 8, after 8 o'clock. So right now, looking at ADX, the ADX is above the threshold that I use, which is 20. In the NASDAQ, it's still pretty low. So that's not totally surprising. This is a Monday, no high impact news. So it's not surprising to see pre-open that the NASDAQ really isn't doing a whole lot. So it's nice to be able to shift to gold and see if there's any possibilities here. For me, it's a little bit strange, I guess, because I don't really trade ES. I haven't been anyway. And so the stop loss feels really, really tight, but the amount that gold moves is much less than the NASDAQ.
You talked about the ADX. Are you what time frame are you looking at for the ADX?
So for the ADX, I mean, you can use any time frame, but for me, I'm looking at the range bars. So let me pop this up here again, so that you can so we can look at this if anyone's interested in the range bar. I'm gonna take the chart off and switch back to the other one here.
So when you're adding the ADX on the range bar, I wonder if the ADX is based on price or if the ADX is based on the range bars.
That's a good question.
It looks like the ADX is actually based on the range bars. So
Okay.
Using the ADX on the range bars would give you would give you completely different analysis on ADX than if you use it on candlesticks. So if you're able to find an edge doing that, then you're probably in the like maybe 1% of traders even applying a concept like that. So I think it's quite interesting because it's a very unique way of doing analysis, actually.
Well, I'm glad you think so. I think as long as you're consistent and you're applying it consistently, it really doesn't matter. You could probably use on any time frame that you feel comfortable with. You could use any time frame. I just have found, the ranges to work pretty well, and so that's a good point, though. Let's just take a look. So this is gold on the 20R. And let's see what it looks like, for example, on the 15. So it's 22.56. ADX is this number down here, 22.56. On the 15-minute, 29.37. Now, I think I have this set. I was looking at, Heikinashi and Renko as you all were talking. So let's put it back. Okay, that should be regular candles now. So 27.22. And the hourly is only 13. Yeah, so it's definitely based on the chart that you're looking at and not on price. Otherwise, it would be consistent.
Yeah.
And, 15 is like if I wasn't doing range bar charts, that's kind of the time frame that I gravitate to mostly. I mean, I look at 4 hour as like a higher time frame. But I mostly would be on the 15-minute. So it's nice to see that 15-minute is, fits well with what I was looking at, the 20R. They're fairly similar.
Right. Yeah, I guess you can find the range bar chart that would align with a time frame on the candlestick chart as well. But like you said, it doesn't really matter what time frame you choose as long as you are consistent and you get a signal and you're consistently following that signal. And if that works, then that's what you should be doing, basically.
Yeah, I think it's hard to accept that because when you do that, or this is at least my experience, is choosing one thing means saying no to everything else, right? Or to most other things. And so as a trader, it can be really hard to want to do that. You want to have all the options available to you. And I know for me, for a long time, I didn't want to let go of the possibilities elsewhere, especially when you see other people talking about different options, oh, they do this, or they, look at this chart or whatever. But the more you can constrict your options, I think the easier it becomes to be a consistent trader and to do the same thing. Somebody said, oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Someone said, I know trend. I have a problem with entry. When pullback will come, I see entry, it will hit stop loss. It goes to my direction. If I keep stop loss point to entry point, it will never come. What confirmation? So
that's an interesting comment. I'm not sure really exactly what he means.
Yeah, let me try and read it again. I know trend.
I think what he means here is that stop loss gets hit before it moves in his direction.
Yeah, trying to enter on a pullback and then it keeps pulling back.
Yeah. And what confirmation do you want to see? It's a good question. I mean, I think, I'm not sure exactly, are you getting in on a pullback, or are you trading the momentum that comes after the pullback?
I'm using these dynamic trend candles. These are the white and purple. I've always really loved trading pullbacks. And so with stocks and everything, I feel very comfortable with pullbacks. And I think one of the things, so I love how they asked about confirmation. And that's the thing, is you need to know when has it pulled back and when is it going to, now stop pulling back and go on. And the thing is, you never actually know, but you want to have some kind of signal to you that pullback is done. You could do something as basic as like measure it with a Fibonacci and say, okay, well, if it goes 68% or 70% pullback, then I'm going to take that trade. If I feel like, for example, the higher time frame says the trend is up, it pulled back 70%. Probability wise, I feel pretty comfortable. So maybe in that case, you don't wait for a confirmation. But I think for the most part, I like to wait for confirmation, but it's always going to be the case that it's never going to be perfect, right? You're never going to do it perfectly. So for me, what I'm looking for, it is kind of a pullback, I guess you could say, because I'm looking at the dynamic trend candles here. And when they flip colors, that's when I'm entering. So in order for it to flip, of course, it has to kind of pull back. So it has to, if I'm saying, okay, I have like an upward bias on gold, and then I'm trading off the 20 range signals, in order for it to flip, does that make sense what I'm saying? In order for it to flip, it does have to pull back at least somewhat. Here was a really big pullback. Here was just a little pullback, but you can see it did pull back. And then here would be where I could enter because it flipped to a bullish signal. So I think there are infinite probably confirmations that you could use, but the key is to just do it consistently.
Right, so you're not getting in low on the pullback, but you need a pullback to actually see momentum. I mean, you get momentum to the downside, and then you're expecting, when you have that momentum to the upside after the pullback, you want to get in.
Yes, and you don't need to buy, you don't need to buy down here. If you're buying gold, it doesn't have to be all the way down here. In my case, if I were taking the signal, now this is at like 6:42, 6:20 in the morning. So not a high, well, for gold, I'm thinking of the NASDAQ, but so it not necessary to buy all the way down here. You can wait all the way to here and say, okay, pretty strong confirmation that this pullback has subsided. I could still get stopped out, but you could definitely have entered here and set your stop, somewhere lower. And that turned out to be a really nice move.
But I had a question earlier in the live stream. I can't find it, but it was a question in relationship to trading psychology. And I thought I wanted to wait for you to get on to ask that question. I think it was something like how you can differentiate between confidence and overconfidence, because like there's, I believe it's a very fine line,
I love that question. That's something that for me that I struggle with, right? Depending on if I'm taking a string of losses, then I'm lacking confidence, or that's the challenge. And if I'm taking a string of wins, I'm starting to struggle with being too confident, right? It goes pretty easy both ways. And so to differentiate, I think it's like a teeter-totter, right? You're always balancing. You need to have confidence as a trader. But just like your emotion, I wouldn't say that you need to trade without emotion. You just have to keep it balanced. And your self-talk, even keep it balanced. You have to be critical of what you're doing wrong, but you also really need to keep it positive. And in that sense, I'd probably err on like keeping more positive than negative. So confidence, I think that's the thing about trading, is your risk management, your strategy can stay the same forever, but your trading psychology it doesn't change, it doesn't go away. It probably gets easier, but it doesn't go away. You're continuously having to work on staying humble, but staying confident at the same time. And I've seen some really experienced traders talk about that. People who have been in the trading world for years and years and years, and they'll say, I still have to keep things in check. I have to keep my my ego in check.
Yeah, but I think it goes to what we talked about a lot previously, that it's the same thing in real life. We have to constantly, if we want to improve as people and we want to be able to be disciplined and have patience in real life, we have to actually think about what we're thinking and actually, think about being patient. And because if we just let go and we don't try to manage our emotions, then we let those emotions take over. And I think it's something similar here in trading. It's okay to be confident, right? But when you start being irrational and you start letting those positive emotions control your trading, I have a lot of problems with that as well. For me, it's much easier to handle a drawdown. Like I know exactly, because I kind of like the challenge. If I'm in a drawdown, I go into this mode where I'm like, okay, I'm going to get out of this drawdown. And I really lock in. I'm like, I'm going to get out of this drawdown, and I love the challenge. But then I'm out of the drawdown, I'm making money, I become confident, everything's great. And I reach a threshold in my equity curve where it's like I make mistakes and then kind of bring me back into that drawdown. And it's when I'm able to get above that threshold when I reach new highs and I develop as a trader. But it's really that. And I think it's a really good question, because I really think for most people, that's the key to long-term success, to really realizing when you're too happy, you're too positive, you're maybe a bit euphoric. Because when you're euphoric, you miss the details, right? You miss these important details. You might add one extra position, add a little risk here and there, and then when it starts moving against you, you lose more money than what you've initially wanted. So I think maybe what it comes down to is just experience, right? You have to make sure that you survive long enough in the markets to be able to have the experience necessary to really be able to understand when you're getting overconfident.
Yeah, I think so. And that's going to ebb and flow every day, which is why I think a lot of times we talk about doing a journal, but it's like, well, what is the point of a journal? Why do you do that? And the point is not to, just check that box in your daily to-do list. It's to stop and reflect and assess and prepare for tomorrow. And so there's a reason for it. But just like stress, we know that, psychologists talk about stress all the time, but stress is not bad exclusively, right? Athletes, for example, high performance athletes, professional athletes, they want to have a level of stress. And the way that that we talk about it is like a bell curve. Remember bell curve from like statistics class? You want to have enough stress that you're, charged, ready to go. But too much stress is going to be a negative for you. And so in a lot of ways, confidence is the same thing. We have to have confidence. Too much confidence, not going to be great. Not enough confidence, not going to be great. Somebody has asked a question here. A couple of really good comments and questions. Ichimoku is a great, I don't know if I'm saying it right. Ichimoku is a great, I don't use that, but is a very cool indicator and a very cool tool. Yeah. And then somebody else talked about an EMA strategy. When it pulls back, I see support and resistance. It hits the stop loss. I guess if that's the case, then maybe look at what your confirmation is to go long. But keeping in mind that as frustrating as it is, your stop loss is going to get hit usually, on a regular basis. Like getting your stop loss hit is part of trading. And so it just depends on if your risk reward and your win rate are profitable, if it shows that you have edge. But
if you had sorry to interrupt you here, but if you would choose, so we talked about journaling, and I know you talked a lot about journaling in the past, and you're very big when it comes to like the idea of journaling, and so if you have two journals, right? You have one personal journal where you're writing about your personal life and your feelings and things like that, and then you have a trading journal where you're strictly just putting in the numbers and the statistics of the trades. Which one, if you had to choose one to really improve your trading, which one would you choose? You go with the personal journal, or that's truly, statistical driven journal?
For me personally, I'm analytical. I'm not like a super touchy-feely person, believe it or not. And so for me, I am super basic, super vanilla when it comes to my trading journal. I don't keep a diary. I don't enjoy any of that stuff, so I don't do that. And so for years, I had a really hard time with journaling because I thought, like, oh my gosh, it's such a chore. It's such a task. It's not something that I find helpful, particularly because once I write it out, I'm done and I move on and I never look at it again. So for me, depends on, and other people like that. They like to talk about their emotions and how they were feeling, and that can be really helpful. Practically speaking, I am never, ever going to do that. And I don't personally find it helpful when I've done it in the past. I used to write like huge like paragraphs thinking that this was the right thing to do. And I didn't enjoy it and I didn't find it helpful. And I would do it like 2 days in a row and then not do it again for months. So for me personally, there's no right or wrong answer. For me personally, I am super practical, super quick. I almost never talk about emotions because there's only 7 emotions. So my only emotions are generally, when it comes to trading, going to be fear or anger. Those are like my 2 primary emotions in trading. And so I use a super basic, I take screenshots of my trades. So like what the chart, like I would just take a screenshot of this. If you are using TradingView, you can do right here, snapshot, copy image, or you can do the link. I post it in Notion. Notion is free. And then at the end of the trading day, I have 3 points that I use. I got this from my husband. He was a fighter pilot, and this is what they did at the end of their, like they'd fly a mission and then they would do a debrief, and they did 3 points: safety of flight, goods, and others. So safety of flight is when you were on your mission today, did you do anything or did anything happen that could have, jeopardized somebody's life or the aircraft or whatever? So for me as a trader, that means, did I go on tilt? Did I lose my cool? Did I, deliberately trade against my plan? did I just kind of go off my rocker basically? Most of the time, I want that to be a no. Every now and then I'll get a yes, but hopefully that's usually always a no. Next is goods, and your goods are, what did you do well today? So you have to have a good. This one is non-negotiable. You have to find something. Even if you had a crap day and you took the dogs out for a walk and reflected and like did some deep breathing after the trading session, that can count as a good. Whatever it is, you have to have something. But it could be like, I marked up the charts well, I stayed calm, I stayed level, I did some deep breathing as I was trading. I listened to a podcast that helped me, understand a new concept or whatever it is. And then others. So others are framed positively, a way that, things that you want to improve on. So, if you're doing something that's kind of a bad behavior, but didn't qualify as a safety of flight, like, I did move my stop one time or something like that. Or I really was feeling nervous while I was trading today. I want to focus on, staying more level in the future, those types of things. And that's it. It takes about, screenshots. I do it in the moment. And then those 3 points, it takes about, 30 seconds to a minute. At the end of every day, put it on Saturday, on the Saturday slot, so that at the end of the week, I can just like collate them. That takes another 2 minutes. So I can see, how did I look for the week? How many safety of flights did I get? Hopefully none. What was I doing well this week? What did I do? What were my goals to improve? And then at the end of every week, I take another, minute or whatever to collate it to the end of the month. And at the end of the month, I just like go through and see, okay, how was my month? What did I do well this month? What am I trying to work on? How many safety of flights did I get? Is it less than last month? Super easy, super basic. And journaling that's actually helpful, and it takes almost no time, which is why I love it, but it is actually really helpful.
That's a really good structure. I think that's actually a really good structure, and it sounds unique as well. I've never heard anyone use that in trading, so that is quite impressive. I was a bit surprised there when you said like, you're only looking at the numbers, you're very analytical. I was thinking that you were gonna have a different answer, but now I definitely understand, because you're kind of integrating that into your way of journaling anyway. Because I guess if you see that you talked about safety of flight, I guess if you see that you have many if you have many yeses on there, you kind of have to go in and you have to look at what you did wrong. And obviously, if you make a lot of mistakes, I guess at some point you have to look at, if there is mistakes being made because of mental errors. And then you would, of course, have that conversation with yourself. But I think what you've described here is a really good process of journaling. And so how you do that every day, and then you review that on a weekly basis. Do you also have a monthly basis, right? A monthly review as well.
Yep.
And so what happens if you see signs in that journal that something's not working? How can you use this information to actually change things or improve?
If something's not working, if it is something that I have decided to comment on multiple times, that's what I'm using the others category for. So if I'm finding like I shared that I was taking really long or high R multiples, and then I realized, that's not what we're doing anymore. That's not really how the market's going. So I can like continuously note that throughout my month, the observations. Maybe I don't pick up on it right away, but eventually I start to pick up on it, and I can start incorporating it. Hey, I'm gonna start shifting to taking profits sooner, lower R multiples, and get out of my trades earlier. I'm noticing a shift in the market. And because I have the daily, the end of the week, and the monthly, I'm sort of like circling back all the time, which is something that for me, when I was doing the big paragraphs, talking about what I did and like saying all kinds of things. When I was doing the big paragraphs, I never circled back because it was too tedious. And so it's actually pretty easy to make little changes. And especially if you're saying every single day you're saying, oh, I moved my stop loss a little bit. I did the same mistake over and over again. That should really jump out at you as something that you really are choosing to do, that you're electing to do, that is hindering your trading because you've said it over and over and over again. This is a problem for me. The other good thing about journaling that way is, for me, I find I tend to, there's that like brief moment in time when, you think of the little angel and devil on your shoulder, when you're going to push that button to take a trade, and just in the back of your mind that you're going to have to enter a safety of flight on your journal today. And that safety of flight is going to stick with you for a month because you're going to be tracking that all month long. For me, that kind of helps a little bit to just, avoid those. I don't do it perfectly, but it helps to kind of avoid those.
Oh, sorry, I was muted. Yeah, so I have a checklist, and at the end of that checklist, I have a question that says, will this trade be marked as according to plan or not according to plan before I enter the trade? And obviously, reading that, it would be like, because you don't want to, that the worst thing you can do is take a trade that is not according to plan. It's not going to work out long term. So that if you're going to mark that as, yes, this is not according to plan, then that is a very strong incentive to not take the trade. And I think that's the same thing that you're describing here. Well, for me, when it comes to journaling, I'm completely opposite. I use a pen and paper journal as a personal journal. And the reason why I've gone from tracking all my trades very detailedly in a trading journal is because now I feel like after all these years, I know exactly what I'm doing in terms of technical analysis, and I know that my biggest strength and my biggest weakness is if I'm in the right state of mind or not. So that's basically, at this point, that's the only thing I need to be tracking. I need to track, am I in the right state of mind to be trading or not? And my personal journal helps me with that, because basically what I do is I write for about 5 minutes. It's about just write a couple of paragraphs, like 5 or 10 minutes. And that gives me some good information on where I am mentally. And if I feel when writing, because usually I do this practice where I'm just putting all of my thoughts on the paper, like everything that I'm thinking about at this very moment, I'm just putting it out there, and then I read through it, and I can create a picture of where I am mentally. So usually if I write things about, waiting for the right opportunity, being patient, things like that, then I know that I'm in the right state of mind. But if I instead start writing things like, it's a lot going on in the market, I'm a bit stressed over this position, I'm in drawdown on that one, I'm not really sure what to do on the stop loss on that one, not really sure what happened yesterday, blah, 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 all of that, then I know that, okay, now it's time to take a break and come back when I'm in the right state of mind. And because I see it as, this circle of emotional, where you're like, you're euphoric, and then you're down where you're like with heavy negative emotions, and you kind of go through that cycle. And when I'm up here, I'm not supposed to be trading, and when I'm down here, I'm not supposed to be trading. I'm only supposed to be trading in the middle of these two, where you have that balance. And to be able to understand when you're in that balanced state of mind helps me a lot, because I'm usually in my swing trading position for a couple of days or even weeks. So I know that I only need to make one mistake to miss out on like a week's worth of opportunities. And that could be like just looking at TradingView and saying like, you know what, I'm just going to close this position. And then I make an impulsive decision. I close the position. I come back the next day, and I shouldn't have closed it, basically. So I think so we're completely different in that sense, using journals in completely different ways.
Okay.
But I think, yeah, definitely. And I think our goal is the same, right? Our goal is to be able to monitor ourselves, to see what mistakes are we doing. Can we make sure that we do not make those mistakes again, and how can we, improve. So I think the goal is the same. We just have different ways of getting there.
If we both wanted to lose weight, maybe you would want to run and I'd want to lift weights and, go to the gym. And they're both legitimate ways to do that. It's just,
Definitely.
I don't really like to run that much, but I really do like to lift weights. And maybe you don't like lifting weights, but you really like to run. It's the same goal, like you said. It's just different ways to get there. Even when we're driving, we have our favorite way, our favorite route to go. It doesn't make one better than the other. I think the best way to journal is however you're going to do it. And your way, I'm never going to do. Not because it's not a great way to do it. It could be real. I actually personally might really benefit from doing that. But realistically, I know I'm not going to do that. And likewise, my way, it sounds like that wouldn't really fit for you or be of any value to you. And it doesn't matter. It's totally fine.
Yeah, no, that definitely, you have to find. I mean, a lot of people. It's like asking, what's the best system, and then I answer like, well, it's the one that works for you, the one that you're able to stay consistent with, right? And it's the same thing with journaling. But there are a lot of good trading journals out there that automatically tracks your trading. So I think for someone who's not liking journal, maybe that's a good.
I rely heavily on that as well. I don't really consider that part of my journal, but I guess I would maybe incorporate if I see something in that's kind of like a different way of, I consider that analytics, basically. That's what I mentally call that. And I do incorporate, hey, I'm noticing that, whatever observation I have. And so I might touch on that in my journal for sure. It's kind of like dating. There's a lot of great people out there, but you're not interested in everyone, right? You have your preferences and it's okay. It's just whatever works for you.
Yeah, exactly. No, you're right. We had one saying on a year-to-year basis, can you give an example of when you are not in a good state? Yeah, that's a really good question. I think that instead of doing like year-to-year basis, I think it's easier to like. So imagine you wake up and you're like super tired and like you had a bad night's sleep. You're super tired. You might be feeling a little bit stressed. And at that point, like directly at that point, I know that I'm not going to be as disciplined, and I know that my strength in trading is to be patient, right? And if you're not going to be able to be patient and disciplined, it's better off just not trading. And I've made more money not trading than I've made making many decisions, right? So like if I look at the market, I'm like, okay, there's no trade here, and I try to force a trade, I'm going to lose money. And if I look at my open positions and I feel like this is not the best day to make a decision, then I'm better off waiting till the next day, not focusing on trading. It's like you have that's like a stress meter, and when that stress meter is full, it says 100%. You have to take a break, because that's when you're going to make those mistakes. So it's a different concept to really explain. It's more like it comes with experience, I guess.
And knowing yourself, right? Like it can be good things too. Like I'll share for myself. In the summer, we moved houses, and I was really excited. So this was a positive thing for me. I was really looking forward to it. But boy, did it make trading difficult. Even though I thought, okay, my kids, they're gonna be doing something, and I have plenty of time to trade. I'll be just fine to trade. And it wasn't that way at all. There was a lot of noise around me. I was really excited. I wanted to be like doing stuff other than trading. And so trading was really detrimental. Or even like, if you have kids, the end of the school year, they have their little ceremonies, and you're going rushing off to different ceremonies. Again, that's a good thing, right? That's very exciting, but it can make trading really difficult. And then on the other side, negative things. Maybe your kids, these are all kid examples, I guess, but these are the things that come to mind. Your kid missed the bus, or they're having a hard time getting out the door in the morning. And so maybe you had a little bit of an argument, or you're fighting with your spouse, or you're hungover from the weekend. All of these things are going to make trading not ideal for you. you obviously still can trade, but might not be the right state to be in to trade.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, definitely. I mean, I guess it's. I mean, you look at trading, you can kind of look at it as you would look at a high performance sport, and
Right.
a high performance athlete would obviously also be affected, you know, by the things that happens in personal life. I mean, it's all about that mental side of things. So if something's going on in your personal life, that it will affect you in trading. So I think definitely important to try to keep a balanced lifestyle, but we know that life is not really balanced at all.
Right.
And there's going to be periods where you're better off just taking it easy and not trading, and understanding that there's not going to be opportunities in the market every day, all the time.
Right. And you're not always available, even though you might, like I said, for moving, I was physically available. I was able to sit in my desk, but mentally I wasn't available. I was thinking about other things. I was excited about other things. I just wasn't available. There's a couple really good questions and comments in the chat. So I just want to like cycle back a little bit. Someone asked about the indicators that I have on the chart. These are the indicators. So the green and the pink is regular price. And then I'm using, this is North Star day trading. If you're not familiar, on my YouTube channel, these are, I believe that they're all paid indicators. So North Star day trading, you can look on my YouTube channel, Dr. Deanna Cole, and I have a link for it. And then I just have a couple other things, but mainly what you're seeing are these two, the dynamic trend candles. This is my absolute favorite indicator ever. If you don't want to pay for something like that, Heikinashi would be, I think, probably the most similar, which is a free tool on TradingView. And then I also use the hammer candles, but I'm really only using the line right now, which is just a moving average. So you can do this similarly, I guess. Let's see what the Heikinashi looks like real quick compared.
And we also have
Similar.
Deanna's YouTube link to YouTube channel is in the description of this live stream. So make sure you go. We have the your Twitter profile and your YouTube as well. So make sure you go in there and check out Dr. Deanna Cole's YouTube channel.
Thank you. Okay, so do you print out or just soft copies? I think that is referring to journal. I do it all electronically on Notion. What about you, Jonathan? Do you handwrite your trading journal, or is it electronic? You handwrite. You're sounding more like a handwritten process. Like for you, it's kind of like literally going through the motion of like de-stressing by writing.
Exactly. So for me, you know, writing is definitely like therapy. You know, it's you know, take 10-15 minutes every day just writing. Putting my thoughts on paper is a great way to also organize those thoughts and organize the emotions and kind of understanding just understanding more.
So we're kind of like a good combination that you can do it whatever way fits for you, right? I do mine electronically. You do yours on paper.
That's right.
Have an opportunity to listen to a psychologist that is a trader to talk about trading, demystify this talk regarding psychology on trade that we see so many traders talk about without knowledge on it. Yeah, I love that. So the thing about psychology is it's a lot more basic than you see on YouTube, right? Or social media. It's your thoughts and your emotions. So to me, one of the things that I like get on my soapbox about is, yes, emotions are part of trading, or sorry, a part of psychology, but your thoughts are also part of psychology. And those two interact together, and you have a whole lot more control over your thoughts than you do over your emotions. And so thank you. I appreciate that. Deanna's psychology approach is helpful. When I lose a trade, I try to look for something positive that I did. I remind myself not to do something that will jeopardize my account. Yeah, I love that. So that's the thing. We know like when you're giving feedback to your kids or your coworkers or your employees or something, you've heard of like where you sandwich like a good, a constructive, and then a good. And we need that as traders as well, because it's easy to look at what we've done in a day and just be negative or be critical or be harsh about it, because we're always trying to get better. But we have to find the positives too. And that's true in life as well.
I think
All right.
I think also something I did was I spent too much time, and I focused too much on trading psychology a while back. Like I did it in a way that was perhaps a bit too negative. By the way, gold is breaking out. Looks like it's breaking into new all-time highs. That's absolutely insane. I like it just keeps going. It just keeps going.
So we were talking, but I have an MT5 on here, but I don't know if I can share that. But so for me, right here is a signal to go long.
Right.
So this is the dynamic trend candles. That's this North Star day trading one. And when it goes above the other, then that's a long signal for me. And that's also confirmed by I don't know really how to call this. It's not a higher time frame because it's not time based, but like the higher, I don't know.
Higher range, I guess higher range candle, I guess. Yeah.
So this kind of confirms strong move upward. Not kind of confirms, it confirms strong move. Excuse me. Strong move higher. It's above this moving average. Same here. So this is an entry signal for me. And it's starting to push. The ADX is, 34 on the 20 range, and it's just under 24 on the 50 range. And NASDAQ is still sleeping. So ADX is still quite low. It's starting to pick up a little bit on the 40 range, but it's still quite low on the higher range chart.
Yeah. It's very interesting. The indicator you have on there, it seems quite good actually whenever it flips.
Yeah, I love it. I really love it. And let's see. I think maybe if you played around with it, you could do something similar on the Heikinashi. So this is Heikinashi candles overlaid. Let me see if I take this off. Yeah. So if you might be able to do something similar just using Heikinashi, or even, I haven't ever tried this, but like Renko, same thing. When it flips above, maybe that's your signal. There was quite a bit of chop here. So I don't know how you would use Renko to stay out of this chop.
I'm definitely going to try to see if I can find confluence between my swing setups with the Hinashi candles, because I do think it looks very, I don't know, I think the chart just looks very clean on the Heikinashi.
It helps you kind of eliminate, especially I think for a swing trader, this is helpful because, when you're seeing price go, okay, I'll try to get this off here. If I was doing Heikinashi, I would overlay Heikinashi on regular price. That way you can see, or this is the regular price, right? These candles, is that what it's been a while since I've done Heikinashi.
I honestly, I can't really remember how they calculate the Heikinashi candle, but they are different from the candlesticks. They are. So it's I'm not sure if it's the exact same price.
Doesn't this kind of look like price though? I thought Heikinashi was usually like like even smoother than this. That's why I'm wondering if I have something set up wrong here. Do you know what I'm talking about? Where sometimes it's like Heikinashi super smooth. I wonder if that's an indicator that I'm thinking of.
I think that's Renko, isn't it?
Here, I think this is. That's price still. I'll have to look at that and get follow up. But there's something I used to use, and maybe it was an indicator, and it was Heikinashi, and it was super smooth. Oh, maybe it's this. There we go.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah.
Here's another thing. So I think this is just price. So we'll put that back there. But this is a lot to take in, all these wiggles and jiggles. But here you can see with the Heikinashi, it gives you maybe the idea to stick with your trade longer, even if it, if you're going for a bigger move, you could stick with your trade knowing that, okay, the move is still upward here.
Yeah, I like the idea of it's kind of smoothens out price action, so you basically get the overall trend. But then that's also, you would also get that with a moving average. So
true. Yeah, that's true.
There's a lot of interesting indicators you can add on to kind of smooth out price action. I think that is actually, especially if you're swing trading, you definitely want to have something like that on.
Yeah, I think again it comes down to the consistency. All right. So a couple other things in the chat. Someone said, "What are you a doctor in?" I'm a clinical psychologist. My degree's in my doctorate's in clinical psychology. Is it great to hire someone and also be that person at some point to pinpoint our blind spots, providing them with our journal? And also, I mean, if that's something that you're, that is in, I don't think everybody is in that situation that they can hire somebody. But if that's where you're at as a trader and that is an option for you, I think that can be a great thing to do. I mentioned, I think 2 weeks ago, I actually hired a professional trader. I wasn't really sure what I needed help with. And so I did like a coaching consult with him. And ironically, it was trading psychology he gave me help with, which I thought was a little bit funny because talk about a blind spot. I just didn't realize, like, it was kind of like I thought of trading and I thought of psychology, but I just didn't like mentally put them together and didn't know that I wasn't putting them together. Most of what I see online about trading psychology is just absolute garbage, and it's not helpful and it's not practical and it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. So I just kind of like never brought it into my trading. And so, that's definitely something you can do. Who's the right person to do so besides ourselves and our mentors? I guess it depends on like what kind of help you're looking for. On my channel on YouTube, I have a ton of it's not self-help, but like you can do it yourself type of thing. And so maybe you would find something there just to start and then get something out of that. But yeah, you can definitely hire somebody, or I think another great thing to do is like have some trading friends or like accountability partners that can help you just talk shop and talk about the challenges of trading. If you have I know the 5ers has a huge Discord community, and that can just be a really great way to connect with people that want to talk about this stuff and want to think about this stuff, and that can be really helpful. And then you don't need to pay for some, you can just have a friend.
Definitely. I think having a group of traders that you're connecting with and talking about your trading and things like that can really be a great help. I think that share ideas with a group of people, and talk about trading and talk about your struggles in trading, and because it helps you get a different perspective. And I guess when you hired that professional trader and you wanted help, and he talked about trading psychology with you, who's a psychologist, I think it's funny because you probably needed needed to hear something from a different perspective,
Yeah, absolutely. And it was so funny because he was like a long time, exactly what I wanted. He was a long time prop trader, like old school brick and mortar prop trader. And I thought this guy's going to come in and analyze my trades and, whatever. And that wasn't it. And it was supremely helpful to make those changes. And he gave me advice that had, again, I'm a psychologist, but I'm pretty analytical, and I worked with head injury patients. So it wasn't like I don't do therapy, but it was like assessments of people who had a head injury. So very like logical and analytical, and not so like, hey, deep breathing before a trading session can really help you. I just didn't put it together, and he was right. It really does help.
Yeah, it actually does. It really helps with that patience. I think after I started meditating on a regular basis, and I'm not like I'm meditating for hours. It can be just 10 minutes. I think that changed a lot when it comes to patience, and also in real life as well with the kids. Like you're a parent as well. It can get crazy at times. And to be able to just relax in a situation that is immensely stressful is that's a skill. It requires work as well to be able to achieve that skill. And I think as a trader, it's very important to have that skill to be able to be patient.
Absolutely. And that doesn't go away, right? Like a lot of times people will ask me, how long did it take you to learn how to trade? And it is really hard to answer because when I started trading, I was like in the thick of it with little kids and then another little kid. And then, I had 3 kids in 3 years, also trying to learn how to trade. It's like, I barely remember that time of life. It was so stressful. So we all have things in our lives that just make it complex, that are completely unrelated to trading. And so just got to do our best to lock in, be focused, and, give ourselves some breaks. A lot of times I think when trading doesn't go well, and I'm guilty of this too, obviously, when trading doesn't go well, I think, okay, what am I doing wrong? And I study the chart more, and I, try and figure out my system better or whatever. And it's like, no, sometimes you need to look at yourself and see what can you do to change what you're doing. Like for me, for example, I love to trade round the clock. I trade futures, so it's available to me round the clock. And what I'm finding is I think I would be doing better if I cut my trading window substantially. So that's something I'm looking at, but that's something that has nothing to do with my strategy or my system. It's just about, what can I do to be a better trader? And that hopefully will help.
Yeah, no, it's definitely the same for me. When I started trading, I had this idea of I really wanted to become a day trader, a scalper. And I remember like really trading a lot, taking minute trades and trading for many, many hours. And then I realized that that's not me. I'm not supposed to be trading many hours in a day. I'm just supposed to be looking at the charts maybe 1 or max 2 hours, and sometimes even just 1 hour a week, really, to be able to look at the overall picture. And that just changed everything. Now I'm completely calm, and I'm completely patient with everything. And it's just, of course, I'm gonna have days and periods where I'm not as patient, but that usually happens when I try to day trade. I've never made, I can't say never, but it's been years ago since I made like a big mistake in my swing trading. But I could probably tell you about a mistake I did on Friday when it comes to like day trading, So I feel like it's super important to also, find that style that really suits you as a trader. I think that's super important. And I think, what it comes down to is also we need to understand what our strengths are, and because that's when we talk about our personality, I guess that's what we're talking about, the strength and the weaknesses. And I guess that's an interesting conversation, an interesting question to learn how to understand what are our strengths and weaknesses.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, that's where, journaling or reflecting, you can do a walking journal too. Like it doesn't have to be even a written or like electronic journal, although I think there is a lot of value in that because you can reflect on that, for me anyway, easier. But you can do a walking, processing as well, and really thinking about like, okay, what am I really good at as a trader? What am I doing really well? What comes easy for me, that for some people might not. Like I'll give you an example. For some people, sitting tight once you're in a trade and waiting for a profit target to get hit, some people can't do it. They want to get out early. They don't want to stick around to see what happens. It really, really drives them crazy to do that. And for other people, maybe they're impatient getting in, but then once they're in, they're happy to, wait for the target to get hit, and they don't struggle with that. So it really comes down to what do you do well, and what do you what are your strengths as a trader?
Yeah. And I guess also we need to sorry, I just had a message and I read the message and I was trying to talk at the same time. Okay. Trying to talk at the same time as reading the message. Where was I? Yeah, I talked about, you need the journal to really, I think, understand those things, to get a better understanding of who you are as a trader and what works and what doesn't work. I think that's definitely where a journal comes in.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I think we're gonna have Alex coming on here soon. I heard something in the background. Oh, there we go. That's Alex. That's a very zoomed out camera you have, Alex. There we go. Yeah, you can add yourself whenever you're ready to do so. So you don't have any positions open on gold, do you? Maybe you have. Did you take a trade on gold?
I took a trade on gold. It's pulling back pretty hardy, and I should have hopped out, but we were talking, and I'm trying to set my profit targets at the same time, and I missed the 2R, so I should have hopped out. But now, this looks like a pretty. I would prefer not to be in for this pullback, but so far it looks just fine. We are 13 minutes away from the open. Yeah. So maybe we'll start to see the NASDAQ pick up a little bit. Still, ADX is 14.09 and 19.76. So still a little sleepy on the NASDAQ. But here, this is another indicator that I use that I really like. This is ADX and DI. I have two of them on there. Just it's not really that important, but you can just do the one. And there's the positive line and the negative line. So for me, I have like this, I don't know, aqua mintish color as the positive, DI positive, and then DI negative is this kind of hot pink color. And so when the positive line is on top, then the trend is bullish. But you can see here it crossed. Now the negative is on top. So, this could be a pretty ugly pullback, or maybe we don't know. But this is reminding me of the comment earlier when somebody said, okay, I enter on a pullback and then I get stopped out. That could happen here, right? If you were looking at this thinking, okay, well, gold pulled back a bunch, this could be a good entry. How do you judge that? How do you judge where a good entry is? And it just kind of depends on, what you do as a trader. For me, I'm looking for, instead of to see these bearish dynamic candles, I want to start to see bullish ones for me. And that'll tell me, this might be the end of the pullback.
Right. What is that? What is that green line? That looks like a moving average. What is that? No, the one where price is hitting right now.
This is Okay, so
Which
this
one
is
of
the
the
Heikin-Ashi moving average. I have all the Heikin-Ashi turned off, but I think it's a moving average 55 EMA.
Right. Right, Alex, welcome.
Your price is interesting today. That gold trade was really nice.
Yeah. Let's see.
But EU
Yeah.
has got awful price action, especially the way that I trade it.
I'm gonna close that EU trade. All right, so Deanna, I'm gonna have to leave you with Alex. I'm sure Alex will be almost as interesting as me to talk with.
I don't know if I can. I really don't know if I can be as interesting as you.
Yeah.
I will try.
All right, guys. We'll. I'll be back. I'll be back
You're not going to be
tomorrow.
back tomorrow. Yeah.
I'll be back
So
tomorrow.
what's the crack with this then? At 5 o'clock, then I'm just turning everything off. Is that how it works?
Yeah, I think we're ending in 40 minutes.
Yep. I got you.
Yeah.
So 40 minutes because this is not my normal slot. I can't remember how it.
No,
how this
what you do
goes.
is you end the live stream as you end with all the other live streams, and then you say thanks for watching, and then you tell them that tomorrow we're gonna have Griff on, for example.
Okay.
That's something you
Yep.
could say. We're gonna have
Something
Petro,
I'd
we're
say.
gonna have Victor, we're gonna have me, we're gonna have lots of stuff going on.
Ooh, very nice.
Ooh.
Thank you.
All right, guys. See you guys tomorrow.
See you, Jonathan.
All right. Take care.
And then it's just the two of us. And we're making it picture, just the two of us.
How are you,
Okay. Hi,
Alex?
Diana.
You're bright
How's
and
it
cheery
going?
for Monday morning.
Yeah, I don't know how. I've been trading my P&L like crazy today. We have had a nice gold trade.
You've been long
What about
gold?
yourself? Yeah, we took a little bit of a long gold, and EU, which is my normal bread and butter, or my GU, is just not really playing ball. But
Somebody-
there you go.
Somebody asked in the chat what is my favorite pair to trade and why. I used to trade euro and euro dollar and pound dollar. Those were my two. Pound dollar was my favorite. But I don't trade Forex anymore. I trade futures, and it just has to do with I would like to trade Forex, but it just is a little tricky as an American. So I still watch them, but not as easy to trade them as it used to be.
But you like futures though? They're pretty. You got no spread in futures, if I'm not correct, if I'm mistaken. So the execution is pretty much instant.
Correct.
Yep, correct.
It is nice.
That is nice. Yeah, you don't want all these CFD brokers, and you get in, and then suddenly it's like jumping up, and you're like, oh my god, why am I down $300 before I'm even in the trade?
That still kind of happens. You know, your fill
really?
isn't always what you think, but it's not necessarily because of the spread. It just happens, I guess. Yeah, somebody said there is some spread. It's different than Forex, but it does still happen. You can open a trade and be down $600 or whatever, $300, whatever.
Ooh.
But not nearly as bad. Oh, well, I shouldn't say 300, 600. This is on $1 million sim funded account. So that, it's not that bad, but.
Let's have a look. I love New York is probably at the moment my most profitable session. So it's like, it's funny. It's because I know what works the best for me.
Yeah.
But I still do the things that don't work for
I
me.
know.
That's the funny thing. Gosh.
Because the HU
traders.
session is fun to trade, even though it can be really boring. Well, maybe not for you. You might be asleep.
Yeah, London session is what I normally trade. What I'm all normally awake for, but recently over the last 2 months, it's just I haven't been catching anything in London. It's all been New York, where we've had that nice bit of momentum, whereas London's just been, for me, flat. But it hasn't been flat today. It's been, you look at Euro from
Yeah.
today, we've had a nasty move down. But for the way that I trade, I
Mhm.
didn't catch it for some reason.
Interesting. Yeah,
Could
because
be-
I think are you trading you trade gold, but you also trade the NASDAQ, right?
No, I only
You
trade
said euro.
really. Yeah, trade euro and pound. Euro and
Euro.
pound. Let me just have a look at this move though that happened today on euro. I can pull up.
How about that?
So if I was looking for this from the way that I would trade, this is inverted because I've got a little bit of an eye for longs. My longs are much easier for me to see for some reason. I don't know why. But even this, I wouldn't have caught this. It just doesn't look. I wouldn't have caught that. That may have been something that I would have been able to catch. Now that's something that I caught, and that was a lot easier for me to catch it. But this didn't really. Just didn't see it.
You said euro pound though, right? Is that what, or did you
Yeah,
say
no,
pound dollar?
yeah, pound dollar, euro dollar. It's pretty. It's the movement is coming from the dollar mostly. So it's roughly the same. Obviously, euro's been a little bit more, in my opinion, slower. It's been a bit more tricky to trade recently. What about yourself, Diana? I'm not asking enough questions.
Well, that's okay. Let me address a comment in the chat here. Somebody was saying about Americans and Forex. And so when I started trading with prop firms, I started with the 5ers. And the reason is you can trade in some ways in the US Forex, but you cannot trade CFDs as an American. But you were able to trade with prop firms because I guess Alex can probably correct me, but it's sim capital. So it's not real money. It's sim capital, right? So it wasn't illegal to do that. And then about a year ago, things got a little tricky with meta quotes, MT5, MT4. And I think they were kind of looking to protect themselves from any kind of legal implications of Americans trading CFDs, I guess, something like that. And so it just became a lot harder for Americans to trade with prop firms, CFD prop firms. You can still trade like futures, currency pairs or currencies as well. But it is much harder now to trade Forex. So you mentioned we have many fake traders on YouTube with Lambos and jets. Absolutely. I don't know if that's why, but that's part of it. Yeah. So I don't know if that answers your question, but. And a lot of Americans got into futures because of that. I don't know, yeah. Alex, like you had a lot of Americans trade with the 5ers before.
Tons. Yeah.
Yeah. So
the simulated thing, is not, the majority, that's how they position themselves, obviously for regulations and stuff like that. But obviously MT5, for us, we've been with MT5 for a long time. We've got our own license with MT5, which you can't really get now if you're a prop firm. You just can't, you can't speak to MT5 and say, oh, okay, I want to buy a license. It just doesn't happen anymore. They will not give it you. You need to be a broker or anything like that. So for us it would be very difficult for them to take that away. But even if so, it's a relationship that has been built up with the 5ers for a very, very long time. So it's just more of a protection. Just say, you know what? if MT5 are getting into trouble because other prop firms giving American citizens access to CFDs and stuff like that, as okay, fine. The best thing to do is just not do it. So it's difficult. It is difficult. I think we'd love to have. We've got a massive American audience.
I think in the future it'll probably change, as you know, it's only been about a year, so I think it'll probably change, but I don't know what the timeline looks like for that. And then I think you'll see a lot more Americans maybe go back to Forex. Forex is great. I really love trading Forex. It just got easier to switch to futures.
Yeah. Thing about Forex, it's super rangy.
It's different for sure.
It's definitely which don't get me wrong, the way that I trade as well with some of the mean reversion trades are brilliant on Forex. They work super well, but when you get days like this as well, there's not really much momentum. It's quite difficult.
So we just had the US Open now. We're right at 9:30 a.m. Eastern time. So kind of a muted open, it looks like so far. Let's put this back. Yeah, kind of a muted open. This is the NASDAQ. So it's funny. We've been looking at gold this morning, and gold has been shooting higher, but pretty rangy on the NASDAQ. The Asian session was 70%, 71% compared to the average over the last 50 periods. And then the London was a little bit broader than usual, 114%. So we got this huge V down and a huge move up. But so far in the New York AM session, you know, it's been kind of rangy within this London Open session. So we'll see what we get today. It might be kind of a quiet day just because it is a Monday with no high impact news. And then coming up this week, there really isn't a whole lot. Like tomorrow, Wednesday, no high impact news. Thursday is our first day. There's preliminary GDP and unemployment, and then PCE on Friday. So it's kind of a quiet news week. Last week of the month. So we'll see.
Let's see what that JPY is looking at. Interesting.
Gold is starting to turn down pretty strong. So looking at, I don't know, can you hear that noise when I place a trade?
Yes.
You can. Okay. I'll try to mute it if I can, so it's not. But looking at, let's see if I can put the other screen up here for a second. Looking at gold, it's starting to give a signal short. So we have ADX is still quite high, 46.53, and then it's decreasing a bit on the higher range. But we had this pretty sharp turn, and we dipped below the 55 moving average on the 20 range. We're seeing a similar action on the higher range chart, the 50 range, where the dynamic candles have flipped, big pullback right at the 55 moving average. So we'll see if gold finds support here and then pushes higher, or if we get a continuation lower. And then a little bit still back and forth on NASDAQ. So NASDAQ is kind of moving back and forth, but really the ADX is quite low still on the 100 range. So this is the 100 range down here, and it's only 12.69. Whoops, 12.69. So quite low. Seems like it's starting to pick up a little bit.
Wow, the FTSE. I don't know if anybody's trading the FTSE. We don't have many FTSE traders here, to be honest. But wow, that thing's been ripping. Been melting.
Someone's asking the difference between futures and options. I think probably you'd be better off Googling it than taking my answer, but I'll just say there's a lot more complexity with options because you have time decay and that kind of thing. Futures, in my opinion, is a lot simpler, a lot, you don't have to deal with time decay. They are contracts, but it's a lot easier than options. And then isn't it the same trading EU on futures and Forex? When you're trading Forex, it's a pair. So it's one currency traded against another. And futures, it's different. It's just, it's a little different than trading as a pair. Yeah, somebody answered here. The chart looks the same. On FX, you trade lots, and on futures, you trade contracts, but the chart is the same.
Yeah, it's just CFDs is just derived from the futures chart anyway. It's just a derivative. The only thing is volume and stuff. You haven't got volume with CFDs because it's just basically air. But you have real volume and proper orders coming in when it's futures.
Oops. Somebody was asking about MT5. I don't know if I can share my MT5. Maybe they're asking about yours, Alex.
Where is your MT5?
Yeah. I'm not sure if I can share.
Yeah, you can share your MT5 if you want. I haven't got mine. So I'm not trading. I'm trading from home. I haven't got my MT5 open. And also I'm not trading on the 5ers 5K account or the 5ers trading room account today.
I'm on an MT5 account, but it's not 5ers, so I'm not seeing it in the list here of what I can share.
Yeah, if it's not the 5ers, then I can't put it on, unfortunately.
Okay.
Sorry, guys.
I think Jonathan's gonna set up a 5ers account for me for next week, so I can share it then. Mm-hmm. But I'll just show you the entry I took short was 2957.8.
What's that? Well, that was in gold.
On gold, yeah, which was rather late. 27, yeah, actually was quite late. But price crossed below this EMA. My signal to go short was all the way.
Do you want to show your chart?
Okay. Okay. So looking here, we had been talking about being long gold. Gold had been pushing higher. Looking at the higher time frame, it was higher, pushing, and then right around 9:13 or so, we started to see price. These dynamic trend candles that I was talking about started to flip from bullish to bearish, and also on the higher range chart as well. So here at 9:26, started to push lower on the higher range chart. So then I took a short on gold, and it looks like similar price action somewhat on the NASDAQ, but the ADX is still below the threshold that I require on the higher range. So the 100 range, it's still 16.32. So for me, that's too low. That ADX is too low to trade just yet. What are you looking at, Alex? Oh, you're not looking at. I'm sorry, I was looking on the. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So for me, if you're looking at the lower right-hand corner, this is NASDAQ. This is really, really choppy price action. So really choppy price action. The ADX, for the most part, has kept you out of that. Not so much in the beginning, but since maybe around the time of the London Open, the ADX has really kind of, for the most part, kept you out of there. Here's where, what time is that? I guess it's more like 6 o'clock. 6 o'clock price went below that 20 threshold and hasn't given a signal yet. But it is starting to move up a little bit. But directionally, it's pretty flat. So it's hard to make much of direction here because the ADX is still flat, but it is picking up. And then we talked about these DI plus and DI negative lines. The DI negative line is above on the higher time frame chart. So it's looking bearish at the moment, and definitely so on gold. We'll see what happens in like the next 5 to 20 minutes. Should be pretty interesting. Okay, in FX, the positions will not expire. In futures, the contracts will expire. Yeah, that's true. So FX, there is no expiration. In futures, they do expire. For me, I'm about 99% a day trader. I almost never hold positions overnight. And so that doesn't really affect me. I just need to switch to a different contract from time to time. But that is true. That's another piece of it.
There you go.
What are traders looking at this morning? What is everyone still looking at, gold or moving on to something else this morning? Let us know in the chat what you're looking at, what you're most interested in trading today.
I think I'm going to be sitting on my hands for the rest of today.
How do you know that, Alex?
You are very nice, very nice, very nice.
What makes you think that you'll be sitting on your hands for the rest of the day? What are you seeing in the chart?
I feel like the positions or the outlook that I had was probably not the outlook that where the market's going today. So clearly
okay.
I'm wrong.
On the wrong
because
side.
I'm wrong on my outlook, I've missed the entries of getting into any positions at the moment, unless something really changes. But I don't see anything changing at the moment, and to be honest, it's already, it's only, obviously New York's only just started, but we'd have to wait and see. But I'm not seeing anything, so I'm not going to push anything either.
Okay. I might be looking at a short in the NASDAQ here. So if I'm looking at the bottom two charts here, we have bearish momentum on the 40 range. ADX is above 20, and bearish momentum to the downside on the 100 range as well. Just waiting on that ADX to cross into that 20 or so territory. So let's see. GU is clean for me today. Just closed a short for 2R. Awesome. Gold shorted it from 29.50. Wow. Great. Wait, shorted it from 29.50?
Nice. Very nice.
29.50 is down here. So I might have the wrong number there.
Yeah.
Sell wave.
No, 29.50. I've got that on the 1 minute chart. That looks like a really nice area.
Okay, so this must be different. The futures pricing must be different than the pricing you're looking at, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
Not on futures. Okay, gotcha. Great job. The DAX, Euro USD.
Lovely trade. Oof.
Still momentum to the downside on the NASDAQ, but it really hasn't picked up super strong yet. Just kind of holding at that level, and gold is kind of a little bit more back and forth today than we've seen. It seems like the last couple of weeks gold has been rather directional, and around the time, I guess just after the open, about 10 minutes or so, it started to pull back to the upside. So we're right at that 55 EMA on the 50 range. So maybe that's like a line in the sand. We got to see what's coming, but starting to pick up to the downside on the NASDAQ. What is the best risk to wow, hard to say. Risk
What's
to
the best risk to
reward
reward?
ratio, RR ratio, in your point of view for Bitcoin? What do you think, Alex?
We can't answer that, mate. There's no, it depends on the person. For me, the best risk to reward ratio would be 1 to 2 or 1 to 3. I don't know, but you ask somebody like, somebody could be, they're probably, negative risk to reward ratio, and they've got a percentage win rate of 90%. Like, it really doesn't matter. Only matters to the person who's trading that edge.
I think a 1 to 2 or a 1 to 3 is a really great kind of almost like, I don't want to say ideal, but it's a really great way to have an edge because you should have a decent win rate. But as far as Alex is saying, somebody with a negative RR multiple, I have a friend who uses a 3 to 1. So he takes, his stop is 3 times the amount of the reward he takes. And so like Alex is saying, he's an algo trader. He takes a lot of super quick profits. Having a really high win rate psychologically is really good for you, right? Because you're not dealing with the stress of too many losses. But for me, that doesn't work as well because I get really stressed by the times that you would then get a string of really large losses relative to your wins. So I think a 1 to 2, a 1 to 3 is like a really nice middle ground. You can take much higher R multiples, but it isn't necessary to, to do that and have an edge. So the nice thing about a 1 to 2 or a 1 to 3 is that you're taking profit pretty quickly, and those can really stack up. But again, it depends on what you like.
Yeah, ultimately depends on the expectancy of the edge that you're trading or the technique that you're trading. That's all it really matters. It doesn't really matter the win rate. It doesn't really matter the RR obviously can correlate big time to the win rate. But again, it's all about the expectancy of that particular technique that you're using.
And also, personal preference. Like if you want to take more trades and, be in and out super quick, or if you want to sit around and wait for a long time for a profit target, a higher R profit target to get hit. What do you got?
Yeah, just looking. Staring at the same 2 assets all day. Just staring at EU and GU. That's all I actually do. There's been some lovely trades. This was beautiful. I loved trading this. This price action was absolutely amazing. So we had that. That was after Trump talking about the tariffs, and I just loved this setup. All I was waiting for was just getting long on a break retest continuation trade off this. Where would I have got into it? There it was there, but then obviously you had the 15-minute. It was much nicer on GU actually. By putting GU is where I actually got the trade. And when I saw this, I also, I put in a lot more, went quite deep with the volume as well. So I made a good amount of money on this. So that was the trade. Coming in, got in at the 50, straight out at the God, my brain, 50 fib, the extension of the 50 fib. This actually continued, which I left a lot of money on the table with this, because it actually continued straight away to the 200 EMA to close the gap as well, which would have been absolutely crazy if I'd held that. I didn't hold that because I have a fixed take profit and entry. But all through the last couple of weeks have been absolutely beautiful setups. Super clean.
Someone said in the chat, gold is breaking hearts today, and I think that is definitely the case. It was very much up all morning long, then took a deep dive south, and now is starting to kind of, I don't know, it's a little bit confusing price action at the moment, because it's like,
I wouldn't be surprised if it comes back up and tries to take the highs.
yeah,
To be honest.
Yeah. Because it was a dive, a strong dive lower, but it didn't really continue.
If I was a betting man,
And the NASDAQ is looking strong to the downside.
I'll put your chart up there. So we got 10 minutes, guys. Obviously, if you have any kind of questions or anything that you want to ask Diana. I have a similar system at the moment to you, Alex, with fixed RR, but many times miss out on big moves. 100%, mate. 100%. Yeah. Have you tested using trailing stops? Yes, I've tested using trailing stops, and I'm still haven't perfected it to the time. Every time I trail, I get taken out on on silly little retracements, and then a big move happens, and I just lose out on trades. And it just happens so often. So the best for me, and where I'm most profitable, is literally a set and forget. I get in at the 50 fib, I get out at a minus 50, and that's my 1 to 2 risk to reward ratio. And then, if I'm not punting trades and I'm not just having, these silly little losses, then I can get a nice 50 to 60% win rate on that, and it's profitable. So, but obviously, me having my little punts with small risk, they do mess up that win rate a little bit.
Hello from Brazil too. Okay, in Brazil we use Black Arrow app for traders. Is that best? I'm not familiar with Black Arrow app. Do you know that, Alex?
Sounds very sketchy.
Oh.
I don't know. We do not have any discounts, unfortunately, Mr. Pro.
I think the fear to have to take a loss is okay, let me read this to me. I think the fear to take the knowledge eternal to say.
So I think the fear to take have a loss is the knowledge internal to say that we are not able to make profit. After we get consistent, have a big loss doesn't mean nothing. We are sure that we can. Okay, yeah. I think the fear to take have a loss is the knowledge internal to say.
I think
Don't know if I understand.
I think what he's saying is that when you take losses, the reason that we don't like it, in part, is because it means that we won't be able to make a profit. We don't know if what we're, we don't know if, when you take a loss, there's a tendency to think that maybe you're doing something wrong, or you don't know what's happening, or you're not understanding the market, and that's not always the case. And then after we get consistent, we have a big loss, doesn't mean as much, because we're sure that we can. And so I think you're talking about confidence, and that, it's not as hard. The more consistent you become as a trader, it's less like stressful or challenging to take losses. And I think you're absolutely right.
I think a big thing is as well that a lot of us like to have control over many different things in our lives, and suddenly when you take a loss, you're losing control of the situation, and that can turn into things like revenge trading and over trading and many different things like that, because you're trying to gain control over a situation as well. It's a really interesting subject, actually. But yeah, thanks for decoding my bad English. Doctor, why when we enter a trade and we see red numbers, as we stay in drawdown, even if we don't get invalidated the trade idea, we're getting urged to fix something that leads to averaging into a trade?
Yeah. Well, mainly because we want to avoid pain at all costs, right? If you look at, there's studies where they've looked at the joy, or like the good feeling of a $500 win, for example, versus the pain of a $500 loss. And they're not the same. We perceive the pain of a loss as much greater than the joy of a win. So if you've ever been in a situation where, for example, you've had, I'm just picking random numbers, $800 win, and you're like, okay, that's great. But then a $200 loss, and you think about that and you're upset about that. They're not the same to us mentally, because we're programmed to avoid pain. And so that's why it's so much more like painful for us to take a loss than the good that we feel when we take a winner. Somebody else said, yeah, I can't seem to find a good trade management system to take advantage of big moves. I think there's kind of two ways that you can think about this, depending on what your system is capable of. You could just say, I'm just going to do a 1 to 2 or a 1 to 3 and see how that works out. With a 1 to 2, you only need to be slightly better than right half the time, just to be slightly better than break even. So that's pretty good. And with a 1 to 3, you only need to have, 33%? Or is it 25%? 33. Anyway, you don't, for a 1 to 3.
Yeah, it's around about 30 something percent, 35%, something like that.
So if you have a 1 to 3 and you only need to be right 33% of the time, that's pretty good. But if you're trying to get a really directional, capture really directional moves, something that can work really well, but you will contend with a lower win rate, so you'll have to think about the implications for you on that, is to take half off at 3R, move to break even, and take the other off at 10R. That would be if you were using a very small stop loss and you really, really wanted to capture huge gains, but that's not going to work great in all markets. So sometimes it can work really well, but don't lose sight. And I'm talking to myself here. Don't lose sight of the fact that a 1 to 2 and a 1 to 3 can be extremely profitable, even though it doesn't seem like a big flashy trade. That can be a really profitable way to manage your trades. Fear to take loss. Okay, let me read this. I'm going to read the comment from Trade Hermit. Fear to take loss. I'd be a result of not accepting that trade results are. You need to have a. Okay, I'm not sure exactly about this comment, but having a fixed risk and reward ratio can be really helpful. I think that you're saying when you're dealing with fear to take a loss. I agree. I think There are so many ways that you can manage a trade, but having a fixed risk to reward, or sorry, a fixed stop loss and a fixed take profit can be a great way to do it, so that you take that out of the equation. You don't have to worry about it or think about it. I capture big moves by not using a take profit. I automated my system using EAs to capture the full move without being there. That's awesome. Good for you.
Good. Yeah, that's really good. Take profits really do limit the upside, which is an issue. But on something like Forex, on gold, I completely agree. Yeah, you can really remove the take profits and just trail, and equities, crypto, those types of things. But on Forex, just because of its nature of just ranging all the time, yeah, I've seen it come back on me way too much to just get out where I think I should. But there you go. So there you go. We are up for today, guys. You've had both of us on. You've had me on for pretty much most of the morning. You've had Jonathan. You've had Michael, and obviously ending the day with Diana. Thank you very much, Diana, for coming on. And we shall see everybody tomorrow. So we've got a few funded traders coming on tomorrow to talk about their edge, their systems. Also, stay tuned for Anastasia on the end of the week on Wednesday as well. I'll be there with Michael to end the week. And that is it. Diana, do you want to say anything to everybody?
That's same for me. Have a great rest of your week. It was so great having everyone in the chat today. Your questions and comments make it so much fun, and I really appreciate having you all here and being so active in the comments section. So thank you for that. If you want, you can go check out some trading tips and psychology tips on my YouTube channel as well if you're interested. Otherwise, we'll see you back here next week.
See you later, guys.
Hi guys, so thank you very much for watching the video. Now make sure you like and subscribe, and most of all, go into the YouTube and check our other content that we provide here at The 5ers. We'll see you in the next one.